Welcome, Lemurs fans. James Nasser here with you as we are set for another ball game in this 2016 season. The Laredo Lemurs are 13-12, so game number 26 for them here tonight. Same for the Joplin Blasters, game number 26 for them, but they're 10-15. The Lemurs tied for the first place spot in the South Division of the American Association with the Wichita Wingnuts, who also are 13-12. And then the next two teams, Texas and Joplin, they're tied for that third place / last place position, 10-15. So two 13-12 teams and two 10-15 teams in the South Division. And there's a 3-game difference between them. Lemurs have lost back-to-back games and are only 1-4 in their last 5 games. Lemurs trying to get back on the winning track here as they're 5-5, though, in the last 10 ball games. Here tonight against the Joplin Blasters. Blasters won last night in a 6-5 ball game in game 1 of this series. It was a close game. Both teams going back and forth with it. A couple of home runs from Dennis Phipps last night powered the Lemurs. He had 2 home runs, each of them a 2-run home run. So 4 of the Lemurs, 5 runs driven in by Phipps with just 2 swings of the bat from him last night. He also doubled last night, having an incredible game, arguably his best game of the season here in 2016. Lemurs going to need more of that from him as we continue on this year from the plate, as he is now the offensive leader in terms of power and driving in runs. Put him in the cleanup spot, and they're going to need big things from him the rest of the way to continue on winning and to defend that American Association championship that we won last season. Tonight's ball game, well, it features a pair of right-handers. Josh Hodges, 6'7", 235 pounds on the mound for the Joplin Blasters. He last pitched with Jacksonville and Greensboro, part of the Miami Marlins organization. He was a 7th-round pick by the Marlins in 2009. He'll be going up against Scott Garner, right-hander for the Lemurs. Garner, 6'2", 200 pounds. Garner coming into the ball game, he has an 0-1 record with a 5.57 earned run average. For Hodges, he is 2-2 with a 4.28 ERA in 5 starts. For Garner, this will be start number 5. He has made 5 appearances, 1 out of the bullpen, though. So both pitchers 5 appearances, although 1 with 5 starts, 1 with 4 starts. It is a warm, windy day here in Joplin. Wind blowing out to, it looks like left field right now. It was blowing out to center a little bit last night, out to left here tonight. As some of the coaches meeting at home plate to exchange lineups. It's Gibby Villacuellar, the third base coach for the Lemurs, and for the Joplin Blasters, it is Joseph Brown, their hitting coach, who actually used to be with the Laredo Lemurs a few years ago. So you have not the managers exchanging lineups. In fact, I heard that manager Gabe Suarez was actually suspended for a couple of ball games here. So for the rest of this series, no more Gabe Suarez for the Blasters, as he got ejected from last night's ball game late in the game. The Blasters were in the lead. They were trying to get some insurance runs, though, and there was an iffy call that went against the Blasters, and Suarez ran onto the field just irate, yelling at the third base umpire Taylor Payne, and then getting into it with home plate umpire Tim Kramer, and he was just not having it. And they tossed him, and I've been in the league for now, 3 seasons, and I don't know if I've ever seen a manager get suspended. I've seen a couple players get suspensions for when they got ejected. They bumped an umpire, but I didn't necessarily see any physical contact, and of course I don't know what was said there in that argument last night. So he could have said something that crossed the line that garnered a 2-game suspension. So tonight, Blasters, Lemurs again lost last night. It's a 3-game series, so they're trying to draw that series, split the series to give us a rubber match tomorrow in the final game of the series before we go on back home. Rest of the league, you have St. Paul leading the North Division at 18-8. They have a 3.5-game lead over the Winnipeg Goldeyes, who are 14-11. Fargo Moorhead 13-11, 4 games out of first place, and trailing well behind now, 8 8.5 games out of first in that North Division. The Sioux Falls Canaries at 9-16, worst record in the American Association at the moment. In the Central Division, the Lincoln Salt Dogs, who we just finished playing up the other day, 15-10. They've now won back-to-back games, winning last night as well. They are in first place, 2.5 games ahead of Sioux City, who is 12-12. Gary South Shore Railcats, 12-13, 3 games out, and 4.5 games out of the Kansas City T-Bones at 11-15. So, like I said, Lemurs 13-12, tied with the Wichita Wingnuts, first place in the South Division coming into tonight's ball game. When we come back, I'll give you your starting lineups here from Joplin as your Laredo Lemurs take on the Joplin Blasters.
There's a reason why Popeyes creates some of the best tasting chicken in the world. We were born in New Orleans, Louisiana, the land of good fun and great cooking. Spicy flavor is a way of life in New Orleans, and everything we make reflects it. From our Popeyes bona fide chicken and handcrafted tenders to our home-style mashed potatoes with Cajun gravy and our soft buttery biscuits, everything we make is made with care and served up fresh. Only at Popeyes.
Falcon Bank and the Laredo Lemurs are a winning combination. At Falcon, they know what counts. Personalized service, attention to detail, and genuine commitment to helping customers achieve their dreams. Falcon Bank, guided by faith, grounded by family, and committed to you.
Chavarria's Plumbing's the #1 choice for any plumbing problem. Chavarria's is a full-service company with up-to-date technology, trained professionals. With over 30 years of service to the community, Chavarria's is still growing strong. Visit chavarriasplumbing.com and go Lemurs.
For all of your vehicle collision repair and paint needs, there's only one place to turn, Mike's Paint Place. Mike's Paint Place has computerized color matching and digital imaging. They also do full frame and suspension repairs. Stop by and see Mike's Paint Place today at 6410 Polaris Drive in Laredo.
Before your Memorial Day party gets going, drive over to Ashley Furniture Home Store this week for our best Memorial Day sale ever. Get dramatic price reductions store-wide or no interest until January 2021. Choose from sofas and sectionals, all at unbelievably low prices. Plus, find savings on beds and amazing deals on dining rooms. It's our best Memorial Day sale ever, so don't wait. Hurry over to Ashley Furniture Home Store right now. Ashley Furniture Home Store. This is home. 4520 San Bernardo Avenue, Laredo, Texas, 956-712-2401. Subject to credit approval. Minimum monthly payments required. See store for details.
Quench your thirst at a Lemurs game.
It's time for the national anthem here in Joplin. We'll give you starting lineups after.
So proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleam, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight, for the ramparts we walked were so proud.
All right, national anthem in the books here in Joplin. Take a look at your starting lineups first for your Laredo Lemurs, the visiting squad. We'll be led off by Drew Martinez in center field. J.D. Pulfers at second base, batting second. Cesar Valera's at third base. He's in the 3 spot. Dennis Phipps cleaning things up. He's in right field. At first base, batting fifth, Abel Nieves. Over batting sixth is Ty Morrison. He's in left field. Batting seventh, the designated hitter, recently acquired Devin Harris. Batting eighth, Jesus Poso. And batting ninth, Posto's behind the plate. Alvaro Rondon bats ninth, and he is over at shortstop. On the hill for the Lemurs today, Scott Garner, the right-hander. Again, that's Martinez, Pulfer, Valera, Phipps, Nieves, Morrison, Harris, Poso, and Rondon, with Garner on the mound. Take a look at your Blasters starting lineup. Not your Blasters, but the Blasters. Blasters will be led off by Oscar Mesa, followed by Mitch Glasser. Mesa's in center field, Glasser at second base. Geraldo Valentin is the designated hitter. Charlie Valerio is the catcher. He bats fourth. Willie Cabrera is batting fifth in left field. Will Soto's at shortstop, batting sixth. The third baseman batting in the seventh spot for the Blasters is Corey Morales. Alberto Castillo bats eighth. He's at first base. And Zach Burling bats ninth in right field. Again, Josh Hodges on the mound for the Joplin Blasters. So Hodges on the mound, his catcher, Charlie Valerio. To the plate, Drew Martinez leading things off here for the Lemurs against Hodges. Hodges kicking up some dirt out there on the mound. Blasters going with the all-black jerseys. Those must be pretty warm out there on this hot, sunny day. It is a 6:36 first pitch as it's just high and away for a ball. 1-0 the count to Martinez, who is batting .299 this season, 12 runs batted in, and no home runs. Hodges from the stretch kicks and fires the 1-0, just a bit outside as well. 2 balls and no strikes. Defensively for the Blasters, you have Morales at third, Soto at short, Glasser at second, Castillo at first. The outfield, Cabrera in left. You have Mesa in center, and in right field, Burling. 2-0 pitch up high. 3 balls, no strikes. The count to Drew Martinez. Martinez has walked a bunch of times this year, 15 times, in fact, second on the team. And that pitch will find the zone for a called strike. 3 balls and a strike. Now the count to Martinez as he is 1 walk away from drawing his 16th walk of the season. Leading the team in walks, though, is Abel Nieves with 19. So still got some work to do to catch up to him. 3-1 outside. There is ball 4. 16th walk of the season. Leadoff walk here for the Lemurs. Something they've done a pretty good job of is leading off innings with walks. Martinez has done it now 6 times this season. Ty Morrison has already done it 6 times. While the Lemurs are, when they lead off an inning, are batting .215. So not a ton of hits, but they have walked 21 times. A very patient team at the plate is the Lemurs. And to the plate, J.D. Pulfer, the second baseman for the Lemurs. Pulfer's batting .210 on the year. The pitch from Hodges taken up and in for a ball, 1-0. He has no home runs, 8 runs batted in. Last night, Pulfer reached twice, once on a single and once on a hit by pitch. He also scored a run and stole a bag. Valerio's going to go out and have a chat with Hodges, his pitcher. Josh Hodges, a tall righty out there on the mound. Hodges in his last outing threw 6 innings against Kansas City, giving up 4 runs, only 3 earned though. 7 hits overall. Pitch called a strike to Pulfer. A ball and a strike now the count to the Lemurs' second baseman. He also struck out 2 and walked 1. Not a huge strikeout or walk guy. 11 strikeouts and 11 walks in a total of 27 1/3 innings pitched. He has given up 21 hits this year. 1-1 the count to Pulfer. The pitch swung on and fouled away right side. And the count now moves to a ball and 2 strikes on the Lemurs' second baseman, J.D. Pulfer. Josh Hodges, former member of the Marlins organization. He was drafted by them in 2009 while they were still called the Florida Marlins. They then changed their name to the Miami Marlins. They were always still in Miami, though. 1-2 the count here to Pulfer. They did build a new stadium, though, in the area. The pitch swing and a miss. Pulfer tried to hold up on it, but he couldn't do so, and there's strike 3. 1 away here in the first. Cesar Valera to the plate. Valera making an appearance here up higher in the batting order. Last night, Valera was batting 7th and batted 8th the game before that, 7th before that, 7th before that. So he's been in the 7-8 spot for the last few ball games since rejoining the team. Tonight, though, batting 3rd. In fact, since rejoining the team here, Valera in 4 games is batting .267 with 4 hits. The pitch swung on, grounded towards the third baseman. It's grabbed by Morales. He'll throw to second for 1. Glasser the relay to first. In time, a 5-4-3 double play to end the inning for the Lemurs after the leadoff walk by Martinez. Hodges faces just 3 batters thanks to that double play. And we go to the bottom of the first here in Joplin. Lemurs and Blasters scoreless through a half inning.
With a beverage from Southern Distributing Company. Try mainstays like Miller Lite, Miller 64, and Coors Original, or reach for a Red's Apple Ale or Leinenkugel. Batch 19's the newcomer, a pre-prohibition beer inspired by the last batches of beer brewed before 1919.
The Chop House Cheddar Burger is back at Whataburger.
First of all, you start with a large bun, 2 patties,
shredded cheddar cheese,
The creamy sauce.
creamy steak sauce.
my personal favorite part is the onions, the grilled onions and bacon.
Grilled perfection.
It's good stuff. Love it.
You take a bite. It's hard to describe. It's hard to put into words.
The Chop House Cheddar Burger.
Chop House Cheddar Burger. It's back.
I don't have anything else to compare it to. It's the best out there, I think.
The Chop House Cheddar Burger is back.
Only at Whataburger and only for a limited time.
Laredo Sports Medicine Clinic, the official team doctors of your Laredo Lemurs. Now with 2 convenient locations to better serve you. Our north location is located at 9652 McPherson Road, Suite 12. Our south location is located at 5102 State Highway 359. Laredo Sports Medicine offers an array of services from physical therapy to our newest service, orthopedic surgery. Laredo Sports Medicine Clinic is changing orthopedic care 1 athlete at a time. Visit our website at laredosportsmed.com for more information.
Miller invented.
All right, Blasters to the plate, bottom of the first inning. Let's take a look at the lineup for the hometown team here in Joplin. They'll be led off by Oscar Mesa, followed by Mitch Glasser and Geraldo Valentin, your first 3 batters. Charlie Valero, Willie Cabrera, and then Will Soto. The next 3, batting 7th, Morales, Castillo, and Burling. Getting the start today for the Lemurs, Scott Garner. Garner this season 0-1 with a 5.57 earned run average. He's pitched in 5 games, started 4 games, 13 strikeouts, 9 walks on the year. He's allowed 25 hits. His last start came against Lincoln on that road trip, or on this road trip. He took the loss in a 7-0 ball game, giving up 6 runs on 6 hits, all earned, walked 4, struck out 3 in over 5 innings of work. Oscar Mesa leading off the inning for the Blasters. First pitch down and in for a ball, 1-0 the count. Now the pitch from Garner, the 1-0 inside, 2 balls and no strikes. And I did get confirmation on the reason for the suspension. He did bump him in the chest a little bit, unintentionally, but made contact with the umpire. You get suspended. Pitch inside again. 3-0 the count to Mesa. He being Blasters manager from Gabe Suarez last night got ejected and then did bump an umpire. 3-0 pitch outside, ball 4. So Garner walks Mesa to start off the ball game, or start off the bottom of the first. Mesa right now through 5 games batting .409 with a home run and 3 runs batted in. That'll be his 3rd walk drawn. He struck out just 1 time. So Mesa now at first base. Mitch Glasser to the plate. Glasser, one of the top hitters in the American Association at the moment. First pitch to Glasser, down and away. 1-0. Glasser 3rd in the league in batting average. .376 hitter. He has 13 runs batted in, no home runs. He's behind Tony Thomas and David Rome. David Rome was not in first place last night, but he is now. Thomas was last night in first place, and Glasser was 2nd. But Rome now batting .398 for the Winnipeg Gold Eyes with 20 RBIs and no home runs. He leads the league. 1-0 pitch to Glasser. And on the inside corner at the knees for a strike. 1 ball, 1 strike. Your umpiring crew tonight, you have Cody Lowe behind the plate. Over at third base, Tim Kramer, and at first base, Taylor Payne. Throw over to first. Back in time is Glasser. Umpires going with their light blues today in the gray pants. The pitch to Glasser fouled away, a ball and 2 strikes now on him. And no taped up wrist today for Taylor Payne. So hopefully he's back to normal. Lemurs going with the camouflage jerseys, the brown, like that desert type of camouflage. Gray pants, Lemurs across the chest in black. Black hats, gold brim, throw over to first, back standing. Mentioned the black jerseys for the Blasters, black with their kind of mustard goldish color yellow that they have. The Blasters B logo on the chest. Off and moving on the pitch, swing ground ball, third baseline, diving is Valera. He'll throw from a knee across the diamond. The tag will be applied as it was a little bit off the bag at first. And Nieva's a nice play there to get the out, but an equally nice play, if not better, by Valera to dive and then throw from a knee over there at third base. Mesa, who is moving on the pitch, will reach second base successfully, but 5-3 the put out of Glasser. And Geraldo Valentin to the plate. Valentin, the designated hitter tonight, as he has been for the most part this season, has played some first base for the team. Scott Garner from the stretch, kicks and fires down and away. 1-0. Valentin has been all over the place in his career. Garner again keeping an eye on Mesa at second, delivers the 1-0 over the plate for a strike, 1-1. Garner more of a contact pitcher, not going to have the high strikeout numbers that you would get with Matt Sergey or one of the other Lemurs starters. He tries to get ground balls and keep the ball down in the zone. 1-1 pitch and let his defense work for him. Pitch down and in for a ball, 2-1. Valentin on the year for the Joplin Blasters has played in all 25 games. He's batting .323 with a home run and 13 runs driven in. Doesn't really walk or strike out, just 9 walks and 6 strikeouts. Always putting the ball in play. 2-1 pitch, swing and a tapper down by the third base dugout. Count 2 balls and 2 strikes now to Valentin. Waiting on deck, the switch hitting catcher, Charlie Valerio. Valentin, right-handed hitter against the right-handed pitcher, Garner. Garner nods. Again, comes plateward with it. The 2-2 pitch, a line drive to left center. That'll fall for a hit as Mesa had kind of frozen. In fact, he had gone back to second at first. Maybe thinking that the second baseman who was kind of shifted over, J.D. Pulfer, he was kind of standing behind the bag at second, might have had a chance at it. And I couldn't really tell if he did or not. It was hit over his head, certainly. But Mesa, it looked like, thought he might have had a chance at it, so he kind of went back towards the bag in case he did make a fantastic grab. But no luck for Pulfer on that. Charlie Valerio to the plate, runners on the corners for the Blasters as Mesa only moves up 1 base on it on the single by Valentin. 1 away, Valerio switch hitting catcher batting from the left side against Scott Garner. Your defense for the Lemurs today. Maybe that after the first pitch to Valerio, missing for a ball, 1-0 inside. You have Poso behind the plate doing the catching, Valera at third. At shortstop, Shifted over almost behind the bag at second is Rondon, the second baseman today. J.D. Pulfer, Belnieves over at first base. 1-0 delivery inside and low. 2 balls, no strikes. Your outfield left, or the Lemurs outfield left to right. You have Ty Morrison out in left field and center field. The usual, Drew Martinez, and in right, Dennis Phipps. Garner from the stretch, throwing over to first, covering the back of his head is Valentin. I have a little defensive chart in my scorebook as the 2-0 pitch is swung on and lifted to deep right center. Running back is Martinez. He will take a couple steps onto the wall, onto the hill out there after catching the ball on the warning track for the second out of the inning, but it will be a sac fly as scoring from third base is Oscar Mesa. He could have walked home. That ball was hit certainly deep enough. There would be no shot at the plate. And Willie Cabrera to the plate with 2 away. So Valerio does his job, drives in a run. Valentin still at first base. Cabrera, the left fielder. On the year, Cabrera, as he takes down for a ball, 1-0. Having trouble finding Cabrera's batting numbers here. Here we go. Cabrera batting .286. 4 home runs, 28 runs batted in, leads the team in home runs. 1-0, swing and a foul away. 1 ball, 1 strike. Lemurs now trailing 1-0 after that sac fly to the Joplin Blasters. Lemurs did get a runner in the first via leadoff walk, but they didn't drive him in. In fact, the inning ended on a double play ball. 1 ball, 1 strike, the count to Cabrera. In his 5th year in the American Association, he'll take up and in for a ball. Spent 3 years with St. Paul. Last season was with the Grand Prairie Airhogs, now the Texas Airhogs. In the offseason was traded over to Joplin. Cabrera tapping the plate. As he readies, 2 balls and 1 strike, the count to the left fielder for the Joplin Blasters. The pitch on the outside corner at the knees, called a strike, 2 balls and 2 strikes. Getting a lead over at first base is Valentin, 2 away on the inning. Garner trying to end the inning, giving up just the 1 run. The pitch, runner is moving, swing, and a foul tip. I'll go back to the screen. Might have been a little run and hit action there. Valentin this season with just 1 stolen bag in 2 attempts. He gets another lead at first. 2-2 the count. The break-even pitch, low, ball 3. So the count full now, 3 balls and 2 strikes. Valentin will be moving on the pitch with it being a full count. Waiting on deck, Will Soto. The shortstop, left-handed hitter for the Blasters, should Cabrera reach. 3 balls, 2 strikes, 1-0 score. Runner moving on the pitch, grounder to short. It's fielded by Rondon. He'll throw to first on the money. And there is out number 3, 6-3 put out of Cabrera. The Blasters score a run. They also strand a runner. We go to the second, 1-0. Joplin leading Laredo.
Light beer, the original light Pilsner, and that changed everything. This led to fewer guys with beer bellies, which led to more women attracted to those guys, which led to dates, second dates, wedding bells, and honeymoons, which led to hubba-da, boom, which led to you. Miller Lights, we invented light beer, and you're welcome. 12 ounces contain 96 calories, 3.2 carbs, 1 protein, 0 fat. Great beer, great responsibility. Miller Brewing Company, Milwaukee, Wisconsin.
Hey, ¿tienes algo que celebrar? ¿Que por fin compraste carro nuevo? ¿Que cambiaste tu cheque? ¿Que hoy empieza tu fin de semana? ¿O que hoy se acaba tu novela y mañana empieza otra? La respuesta es la misma, pues un carnesazo. No importa lo que estés celebrando, lo que importa es que lo celebres, pues con un carnesazo de H-E-B. El carnesazo de H-E-B es una pachanga de sabor. Solo tienes que invitar a los compadres, prender la parrillita, ponerle unas fajitas, costillitas, chuletitas, salchichitas y, ¿por qué no?, hasta un pollo mariposita. Y que no se te olvide la musiquita y hasta una buena bailadita para un gran carnesazo. En H-E-B encuentras gran variedad de cortes a precios bajos y de buena calidad. Carnesazo, carne asada con ganas, solo en H-E-B.
Right now, when you sign up for a Gold's Gym membership, you'll get tons of extras completely free. Confidence free. Compliments from your coworkers.
All right, started calling Dennis Phipps Dangerous Dennis yesterday because he hit 2 home runs. He leads off the inning for the Lemurs here, as it'll be Phipps, followed by Abel Nieves and Ty Morrison here in the second against Josh Hodges. Hodges fires low for ball 1, 1-0 the count. Phipps this season batting .324, leading the team in average 4 home runs. And we'll take that pitch for ball 2. Count 2 balls, no strikes. A little bit inside. 4 home runs, 15 runs batted in for Phipps. Half of those home runs came last night, as well as 4 of his 15 RBIs. 2-0 pitch, a big swing and a miss. Phipps trying to put that ball out in left center, but he couldn't find it. 2-1 now the count. Phipps, the big bopper in the Lemurs order now, without Travis Danker, who hit a home run in each of his first 2 ball games for the Mobile Bay Bears. 2-1 pitch swing and a hard hit ball down the left field line. It'll hook foul, though, going towards the Joplin Blasters bullpen area. Count 2-2. The Lemurs and Blasters actually, they kind of share a bullpen of sorts. Both of them are beyond the left field wall, right along the foul line, but there's a fence that separates the two. You have the mound. I believe the mound part of the bullpen backs up to the fence as the 2-2 pitch swing and a chopper foul towards the third base dugout. But the mound, if you were to stand on the mound and face home plate, your back would be to the field out there in either bullpen. And then they're right next to each other, the chain link fence separating the two. Lemurs are on the right if you're looking from our vantage point here, and the Blasters on the left. 2-2 pitch, swing and a pop-up foul over the screen. Count still evened up, 2 balls and 2 strikes. Here to the Lemurs right fielder. So he leads the team in just about every offensive category now, leading the team in home runs, batting average, and runs batted in. He does not, though, lead the team in strikeouts or in walks. 18 times he struck out this year, and he has 8 walks. 2 balls, 2 strikes, break-even pitch, just a little low. Count now full, 3-2 to Phipps. Lemurs don't really have many guys in the offensive categories among the league leaders. By league leaders, I mean in the top 5. Here comes the 3-2 delivery, outside and low, ball 4. They did have Danker, who was second in the league in home runs when he left. The league leader, Burt Reynolds, has 12. When someone asked me on the Lemurs during batting practice, said, how many does Reynolds have now? I said, 12. They couldn't believe it. I said, he'll end up with 50 this season. I said, yeah, something like that. Reynolds just tearing things apart. Second in the league in home runs is Tony Thomas with 8. Brent Cleveland would be next with 6 as far as active members go in home runs for the Wingnuts. The pitch to Abel Nieves, swings, grounds it left side through the hole. As teams like to play Nieves to hit the opposite way, he'll increase his batting average going up from where it was. .232 hitter with 5 RBIs and no home runs coming into the ball game. So a first pitch single by Nieves. Runners on first and second for the Lemurs as they try to get a run back. They trail 1-0, with the Blasters scoring a run there in the bottom of the first. I was mentioning as I was filling in my defensive alignment here, my scorebook, that the Lemurs have been shifting so much, I might as well put Rondon or whoever's at shortstop not in the shortstop spot, but just put them behind second base, because that's where they play most of the time now with the Lemurs. Ty Morrison to the plate, left fielder for the Lemurs, left-handed hitter against the right-handed pitcher. Morrison squares around a bunt. It's a high tapper in foul territory. And, well, it probably would have worked out for the Lemurs had it been fair, because they went to third with it, and Phipps likely would have been safe there at the bag, and everyone else would have been too. But it was fielded by Valerio in foul territory. 0-1 the count to Morrison. Morrison batting .265 this season, 9 runs batted in, no home runs. I mentioned he actually does lead the team in strikeouts with 32 times struck out. He also has walked 14 times. We'll take a look at his lefty-righty splits. He's been much better, this left-handed hitter, against righties this season, which is to be expected. But the differences are pretty massive. Morrison batting .307 against right-handers this year, while batting just .091 against lefties. There's a move towards second to throw a little bit high. Phipps back to the bag in time. Glasser managed to reach up and catch the ball. Well, that would have been trouble for the Blasters had Glasser not been able to catch it. In fact, against right-handers, Phipps, Morrison, and Martinez are your leaders. Although Martinez is first on the team against righties, followed by Phipps and then Morrison. After that, it's a 74-point drop-off from Morrison to Pulfer, who is fourth place on the team against hitting righties and batting average. Pitch outside for a ball. 1 ball and 1 strike now the count to Morrison. Yeah, Morrison, .307 hitter with 8 walks against righties, whereas against lefties, he's walked 6 times and is batting .091. So Morrison always thankful whenever we face a righty, at least here in the early parts of the season. 1 ball, 1 strike. Runners get their leads. Corners are in, as they are expecting a Morrison bunt. He's not bunting. Instead, he swings, lifts 1 foul left side, and it'll get out of play in the beer garden over there. Along the left field line, count 1-2 now to Morrison. Product of the Rays organization, or maybe a byproduct, I guess, since they did release him. But they did originally select him. 1 ball and 2 strikes the count to Morrison. Hodges from the stretch, looks back at Phipps at second, delivers the 1-2 to Morrison, who swings, grounds it towards the hole along the right side of the infield. They're going to go to second with it. Glasser is. He will get Nieves, so Morrison reaches on a fielder's choice. Nieves put out 4-6 as Glasser had to move to his left, but still got Nieves for out number 1. Phipps moves up to third base. Runners on the corners for the Lemurs with 1 out. And Devin Harris to the plate. Harris, the strikeout batter of the game. They probably picked the right person, as Harris hasn't seen live pitching in a while, 6 weeks until this week. But he is working hard at getting back into the swing of things, quite literally, and making improvements. I certainly thought he looked better at the plate last night than he did the game before, and hopefully he'll be even better here tonight. First pitch, Harris with a swing and a miss, 0-1. Still in search of his first hit in a Lemurs uniform. Harris just spent his whole playing career in the Giants system, was picked up as a Rule 5 AAA selection by the Diamondbacks this offseason, but was ultimately released before seeing any action in their organization outside of an extended spring training time. The pitch, swing and a hard hit ball to center, but it's right at the center fielder, Mesa. Phipps is going to tag. He will trot across home plate, taking his time to get there, and will touch home. Sac fly for Harris, and that's the best hit ball Harris has had all season. I know it's an out. It's still a sac fly. Game now tied at 1, and I'm sure he will take that, as will the rest of the Lemurs. So it's already better than what he's done so far. Harris off to a good start tonight at the plate, tying the game up, his first RBI in a Lemurs uniform. So a pair of sac flies in the ball game today. It's tied up 1-1. Lemurs and Blasters. To the plate, Jesus Poso. Catching tonight, giving Matt Coach a rest. The pitch to Poso, swing and a foul back to the screen. 0-1. Poso this season for the Lemurs, batting 170. He has a home run and 10 runs batted in. He's played 14 games, made 13 starts. Some of those starts have come at first base, though, as he's done work at first as well as at catcher, kind of the backup for both positions. 0-1 pitch, Poso with a swing and a high fly ball to the left. Backing up is Cabrera, but it'll come to a stop about 5 feet in front of the warning track and make the catch, recording the out of Poso and ending the inning. Lemurs played a run on a sac fly by Devin Harris here in the second inning. We go on to the bottom half. Lemurs and Blasters tied at 1.
Core Business Solutions is a proud sponsor of Lemurs Baseball. Core Business Solutions services the 17 southernmost counties of Texas as well as areas of northern Mexico. They offer a wide range of high-tech solutions for businesses and organizations. Make Core Business Solutions your solution today.
Texas Outlaw Grill is a proud sponsor of your Laredo Lemurs, specializing in outlaw delicacies such as the Texican, the Gringo, and the Bandit hot dog and their ever-famous barbecue burger. Be the first to try their groundbreaking Cabrito hamburger and Cabrito hot dog. For all to-go orders, catering, and fundraising information, go by 5209 Springfield Suite number 4 or call 956-771-1919. That's Texas Outlaw Grill.
There's a reason why Popeyes creates some of the best tasting chicken in the world. We were born in New Orleans, Louisiana, the land of good fun and great cooking. Spicy flavor is a way of life in New Orleans, and everything we make reflects it. From our Popeyes bona fide chicken and handcrafted tenders to our home-style mashed potatoes with Cajun gravy and our soft, buttery biscuits, everything we make is made with care and served up fresh. Only at Popeyes. Driscoll Health Plan loads the bases with value. We knock it out of the park with all the value-added services we bring to our Medicaid members. Driscoll families cheer on the Grand Slam packages, sports physicals, free memberships to Boys and Girls Clubs, and dental care for pregnant women over 20.
Shortstop Will Soto, left-handed hitter, leading off the inning for the Joplin Blasters. Here in the bottom of the second, Lemurs tied things up thanks to a Devin Harris sac fly there in the top of the second. Harris with his first RBI in a Lemurs uniform. So hopefully that's a sign of good things to come from Harris. He really roped it, and had he hit into a gap, would have been a big extra base hit. Pitch called a strike to Soto, but he just hit it right at the center fielder Mesa out there. So at the plate, Will Soto, 0-1 the count after that called strike from Scott Garner. The pitch down and away. 1 ball and 1 strike now the count. Soto this season batting .308. He has a home run and 13 runs driven in for the Blasters. 1-1 the count. Garner down and away delivering, and it's 2 balls and a strike. Garner is, like I said, his last start not the greatest of starts, but he did have a pretty effective start against the St. Paul Saints, throwing 5 1/3, swinging a ground ball towards the hole up the middle. It's grabbed by Pulfer at second and picked out of the dirt by Nieves. 4-3, the put out of Soto on a fine play by both the second baseman and the first baseman for the Lemurs, Pulfer and Nieves, respectively. I don't really care who's playing what position, Pulfer, Rondon, and I definitely like both in the field up there up the middle. And Nieves does a fine job at first base, certainly. Defensively, the Lemurs are pretty good. They had a little bit of a rough time in Lincoln, but there's a ground ball to the left side, right to Valera. He throws to first, and there's out number 2. Corey Morales, the third baseman, swinging at the first pitch. I think we'll see over the course of the season if this infield remains with the same personnel, or most of the same, that we'll have one of the best fielding teams in the league. 5-3, the put out there of Morales. who is batting a total of 280 or 260 this year, 3 RBIs, although with the Blasters batting 288 with 3 runs batted and no home runs. Certainly batting better with the Blasters than he did when he started the year with the Fargo-Moorhead Redhawks. Alberto Castillo at the plate. He takes a pitch low for a ball. 1-0. Castillo, former big league pitcher, here as a position player. He started his career actually in affiliated ball as a position player. Takes low again, 2 balls and no strikes. The count to Castillo. Castillo starting off the year, he's played in 4 games. Pitch outside 3-0, 214 hitter. He has a total of 3 hits, 3 for 14. No RBIs, no home runs. The 3-0 low ball 4, and that'll be his 3rd walk of the year. All 3 of his hits came in his first ball game of the season. That was in Laredo against the Lemurs when he made his season debut. I mentioned this is 5th game. 3 of them have been against the Lemurs.
Blaster band, let's make some noise for your right fielder, number 1, Zach Burling.
Zach Burling to the plate. Just 1 game in that 3-game series against the Kansas City T-Bones for Castillo. Zach Burling, the 9th batter in the order, to the plate, taking low for a ball. 1-0. Burling in 22 ball games, hitting .307 with 2 home runs and 10 runs batted in. He hit one of those 2 home runs last night. He'll swing and ground one foul. It'll actually take a big hop over the netting there, right along the, right by the third base dugout, and hop over to the seats. So the count, a ball and a strike to Burling, who's playing right field. We saw him playing some center field and some left field when the Blasters were in Laredo on their road trip down there just last week. Pitch low, ball 2, 2-1. We will see this Blasters team a lot here in the next week, 2 weeks or so. We just saw them last week. We see them this week, and we'll see them again next week. Actually back up here in Joplin on our next road trip after 2 games in Sioux City and 2 games in Sioux Falls, except in reverse order, Sioux Falls and then Sioux City. Pitch outside, 3-1 the count. So 3 balls and a strike, the count to Burling here with 2 outs and a runner on first. Tie ball game, 1-1. Lemurs and Blasters in the bottom of the 2nd inning. Getting a lead at first is Alberto Castillo. From the stretch, Garner delivers. Swing, ground ball, left side towards the hole. Stretching out was Valera. He couldn't get it. Diving was Rondon. He couldn't grab it either, and it snuck through that hole on the left side of the infield into left, and it'll be a single for Zach Burling. Runners on first and second now for the Blasters. Back to the top of the order, Oscar Mesa, who has been on fire since joining this Blasters team, or joining the active list on this Blasters team. Off to a hot start this season. I mentioned Mesa has just played in 5 games. This game number 6, but he's already hitting .409. Last night, Mesa, he had 3 hits, 3 for 4, all singles. He'll take a strike, 0-1. Mesa walked and scored in the first inning as he led off the inning for the Joplin Blasters. He scored on that sac fly by Charlie Valerio. Mesa, a switch hitter, batting from the left side. 6'2", 180 pounds. Pickoff move to second. Castillo sliding feet first back into the bag safely as Pulfer was covering. Take a look at how the defense is shifted. Here you have playing behind the third baseline is Valera. A shortstop Rondon playing about shortstop position. Pitch inside, and they're going to say it hit him on the leg. Mesa gets hit by a pitch, and that'll load the bases. You had Pulfer playing just to the right of the bag at second, so they were shifted for Mesa to actually go the opposite way with it. Mesa hit by a pitch, so he's been walked today and hit by a pitch in his 2 plate appearances here in just 2 innings. Bases loaded now as Castillo goes up to third base and Burling over to second. Mesa limping down the line as he heads to first base. And now Ben Moore, as Oscar Mesa reaches first base, Moore's going to go out and have a mound visit. Talk to Garner. And it looks like Abel Nieves is trying to get, look like he was signaling at the home plate umpire to come out to the pitcher's mound. And Jesus Pozo out there as well. And now the home plate umpire, Cody Lowe, is going out to the mound to go see what's going on. It would be a quick one here if you wanted to try and disrupt the mound visit. But it did look like, as I said, Nieves talking, trying to get him out there, but he does break up the mound visit. Moore back to the dugout. Pozo had a few last words. Lowe did say something to Garner. So everyone back to their positions here. Bases loaded. Mitch Glasser, and boy, that's the guy you don't want at the plate if you're the Laredo Lemurs here in this situation. 2 outs with men on base, and Glasser has been just raking this season. He is 3rd in the league in batting average, as I mentioned. The pitch, Glasser taking in the dirt, blocked by Pozo. It kind of bounced around in front of him for a minute. He pulled the mask off hastily, searched around for it, but he found it quickly enough. Castillo, not a lot of speed, not like he's going to be running around anywhere unless that ball gets well beyond Pozo. 1 ball, no strikes. Bases loaded. Garner from the stretch, kicks, delivers inside. 2 balls, no strikes. All base runners here reaching with 2 outs. A walk by Castillo, a single by Burling, and then a hit by pitch of Mesa. Take a look at the situational statistics here for Mitch Glasser. When he has the bases loaded and 3 at-bats, he's 2 for 3. He'll take a strike. 2 balls and 1 strike. 2 for 3 with 2 runs batted in. And when scoring position with 2 outs, he's batting .375 and 16 at-bats with 8 runs batted in. So he's been pretty effective with 2 outs as well as with the bases loaded. 2-1 pitch, low for a ball. 3 balls and a strike. Now the count to Glasser. Of course, he'll take a walk. The game is tied 1-1. Lemurs with 1 hit in the ball game through their first 2 innings. Blasters with 2 hits, but they are threatening here as the bases are juiced. 3-1 the count. And the pitch, Glasser taking inside corner, called a strike. He had bent down to start unhooking his shin guard there, but he'll stop. It might have been part of an act. He didn't seem too upset by the call. Maybe he was just trying to buy the call, or sell the call, and well, Lowe wasn't buying at home plate. 3-2, full count, 2 outs. Runners will be moving on the pitch. A merry-go-round of blasters, and they'll hop on as here comes the pitch from Garner. Swing and a chopper left side over the head of Valera as it took a high hop on the infield. 1 run scores, 2 run scores. Here comes Mesa to the plate, and the throw is not in time. A 3-run RBI double by Mitch Glasser on a high bouncer on the infield that got over the head of Valera down the left field line. Certainly, with the speed that they had on the base paths with Burling and Mesa, they can score from about anywhere, and they managed to. The score now 4-1 as on 1 little high hopper on the infield drives in 3. Blasters are in business as they lead 4-1 here against your Laredo Lemurs. The pitch, a swing and a miss. Geraldo Valentin at the plate. He singled his first time up. So Mitch Glasser continuing to stay hot at the plate. Gets a lead over at second base. Valentin at the plate. The pitch on the outside corner, called a strike. 0-2 now the count to Valentin. Infield shifted for Valentin to pull, playing just to the left of the bag. At second is Pulfer. The 0-2 pitch. Valentin tries to check his swing. Pitch in the dirt. Blocked by Pozo. They'll appeal to first. Taylor Payne says no, he didn't go. So the count 1-2. Garner still throwing from the stretch, obviously, with a runner on second. The 1-2 pitch. Swing a little tapper off the end of the bat. Back to Garner on the mound. He'll come off the mound just to the first base side. Throw over to first. 1-3, the putout will end the inning. But 3 runs come across on a double by Mitch Glasser. And the score now 4-1. Lemurs trailing the Blasters. We go to the third here in Joplin.
Hey, ¿tienes algo que celebrar? ¿Que le salió el primer diente a tu hijo? ¿Que tu abuelita aprendió a tuitear? ¿Que cambiaste tu cheque? La respuesta es la misma. Pues un carnesazo. No importa lo que estés celebrando, lo que importa es que lo celebres. Pues con un carnesazo de H-E-B. En H-E-B encuentras gran variedad de cortes a precios bajos y de buena calidad. Carnesazo. Carne asada con ganas solo en H-E-B.
Uni-Trade continues to provide solutions in foreign trade through a highly satisfactory customs brokerage service. Uni-Trade has quality trained personnel devoted to the highest level of customer service. For all your transportation, distribution, and consolidation needs, it's Uni-Trade.
Getting hungry? Popeyes always hits the spot. Make sure to stop by any Popeyes location to try out Popeyes' new Smoky Garlic Chili Chicken Dinner. It includes 4 smoky garlic chicken tenderloins served with Popeye's new garlic herb dipping sauce, your choice of a signature side, and a buttermilk biscuit for just $4.99. Promotion starts Monday, May 25th.
South Texas families never strike out with Driscoll Health Plan. Catch the value-added services we pitch to our Medicaid members. Enjoy a free membership to specific Boys and Girls Clubs. Receive gift cards for completing Texas healthcare checkups. Restrictions and limitations may apply. Visit us at DriscollHealthPlan.com.
We'd like to imagine that if you're listening to this, it's on a radio in a backyard in between innings. The grass was mowed this morning, and the grill smells like heaven. And what do you know? Your friends just arrived with a 24-pack of Miller Lite, along with a few new friends to enjoy them with. Here's hoping we're right, and you're not just stuck in traffic. Here's hoping it's Miller time.
Great beer, great responsibility. 2015 Miller Brewing Company, Milwaukee, Wisconsin.
Getting hungry? Popeye.
Hodge is on the hill for the Blasters. First name Josh. However, Rondon at the plate, switch hitting shortstop. Taking a strike, 0-1. Rondon batting from the left side here. Count 0-1. Rondon batting in the 9 spot in the order for the Lemurs. Here comes the pitch from Hodges. Outside for a ball, 1 strike. Rondon this season batting .227, no home runs, 8 runs batted in. Mitch Glasser with the double to drive in a trio of runs there in the second inning. It's 4-1, Lemurs trailing the Blasters. Rondon grounds one on a hop back to the pitcher Hodges. He'll throw up high to first, but making the quick stretch there was Castillo. 1-3. Rondon retired. He'll be followed by top of the order, Drew Martinez, and then J.D. Pulfer. But that double by Glasser extends his hit streak. Glasser on a 10-game hit streak entering the ball game. It's now 11, which is tied with Leo Vargas for the second longest active hit streak. Here comes the pitch outside, ball 1. 1-0, the count to Martinez, the center fielder for the Lemurs. Walked his first time up at the plate. But the active hit streak, longest hit streak in the league, belongs to Tony Thomas of St. Paul. There's a fly ball, shallow left field down the line, and it's caught easily by Cabrera. 2 up and 2 down here in the third for the Lemurs. So it's Tony Thomas on an incredible hit streak there, 25 games. Part of the reason why he is hitting .383. And during that hit streak, he's batting .398. 25-game hit streak. And St. Paul has played, guess how many games? 26. So he didn't get a hit in the first game of the season, and he's hit every game since. To the plate, J.D. Pulfer. The pitch from Hodges. Pulfer taking inside, and it's ball 1-0. Pulfer struck out swinging his first time up at the plate. Yesterday, Pulfer had a hit. He was 1 for 4. Singled, was hit by a pitch, struck out twice last night. 1-0 to Pulfer. Swings, lines one, right side through the hole into right. Single for Pulfer, his first hit of the ball game. And for the Lemurs, they will have their second hit of the ball game. That's here with 2 outs in the third. Bringing up Cesar Valera to the plate, third baseman for the Lemurs.
Now batting the third baseman, number 6, Cesar Valera.
The Lemurs don't have anyone with an active hit streak long enough to really make it in the league mentions. On base streak, though, Tony Thomas still with 25-game on base streak, so he didn't reach base in that first game of the season at all. Josh Mazzola, 24 games, as is TJ Middlestat. So if you guys around the league get on base pretty much every game. Pitch called to strike to Cesar Valera, 0-1. Wichita has played 25 games. And Fargo's only played 24, so Josh Mazzola has reached every single game for Fargo. Swinging a little fly ball down the right field line. That ball will fall. It's fair. Pulfer's rounding second, headed to third. Cesar Valera on his way to second as well. It'll be a double. Too bad there was no one on other bases, and it was just a runner on first there with 2 outs. A couple of little, I don't want to say fluky, but not exactly the hardest hit doubles here in the ball game. You had the high chopper double to left field that drove in 3 runs last inning by Mitch Glasser. And now the Lemurs with the little blooping double just out of the reach of the first baseman Castillo down the right field line. Runners on second and third for the Lemurs. Pulfer at third, over at second, Valera. And, well, you say too bad, but you have the man you want at the plate, Dennis Phipps. Phipps, who had 2 home runs last night, digging in. Walked his first time up. First base is open. On deck is Abel Nieves. He has a hit already in the ball game. The first pitch to Phipps, big swing and a miss, 0-1. Phipps hit 2 home runs last night. As I said, they were both 2-run home runs. He drove in 4 runs overall. He also hit a double that hit off the warning track and then bounced halfway up the wall in left field. He was on fire last night. 3 hits in the ball game, 3 for 4 on the evening with 3 runs scored. That pitch will get outside and in the dirt. It'll go up towards the wall, and on a wild pitch, Pulfer's going to score. Rondon goes up to second, or up to third, sorry. Oh, Hodges, he saw what Phipps did last night. So far, he hasn't given him much to hit here tonight. Valera getting a lead at third. 2 outs still in the inning, but the Lemurs have at least got 1 run across. It's 4-2 now. Here in the top of the third inning, the pitch from Hodges will come inside and hit Phipps in the back. Phipps is taking a few steps towards the mound. Valerio, the catcher, going to grab Phipps from behind. The home plate umpire getting in front of him. He upset that he got hit by that pitch. Phipps still holding on to the bat by the barrel. Now he's going to hand it off to the Blasters bat boy. Phipps talking his way down the first baseline. He'd taken a few steps towards the cut of the grass there in front of home plate. Yelling at Hodges. Hodges did have some words for Phipps. Phipps hit by a pitch and has been walked tonight. So runner still at third base. That's Valera. Phipps now at first, and Abel Nieves at the plate. Still, Nieves not a guy you necessarily want to pitch to either. He has a reputation as being a very good hitter in the American Association, off to a slower start this season than he's accustomed to. Batting .232. In fact, the broadcaster Drew in Joplin, he said, who's been in this league, I think he said this is his 6th or 7th season in the American Association. Comes the pitch to Nieves on the outside corner at the knees, a called strike, 0-1. He said, I don't think I've ever seen Abel Nieves hitting .230 or wherever he was hitting, somewhere in that range, .235, something like that. And I said, yeah, I don't think so either. And this is only my 3rd year in the league. The pitch to Nieves down and away. Nieves won a batting title a couple years ago. in the American Association. Shows you how good of a hitter he is. Although in the last 5 games, Nieves hitting .267, and in the last 10 games hitting .300. So he has done better as of late. He swings, hits a grounder left side towards the hole. The shortstop Soto going to have to make the throw across the diamond, and it's a half step ahead of Nieves, and he retires him 6-3. The putout that'll end the inning. Lemurs strand a pair of runners, but they do plate a runner on a wild pitch, bringing this game to a 2-run ball game. 4-2. We go to the bottom of the third. Lemurs trailing the Blasters.
Popeyes always hits the spot. Make sure to stop by any Popeyes location to try out Popeyes' new Smoky Garlic Chili Chicken Dinner. It includes 4 smoky garlic chicken tenderloins served with Popeyes' new garlic herb dipping sauce, your choice of a signature side, and a buttermilk biscuit for just $4.99. Promotion starts Monday, May 25th.
Before your Memorial Day party gets going, drive over to Ashley Furniture Home Store this week for our best Memorial Day sale ever. Get dramatic price reduction store-wide or no interest until January 2021. Choose from sofas and sectionals, all at unbelievably low prices. Plus, find savings on beds and amazing deals on dining rooms. It's our best Memorial Day sale ever, so don't wait. Hurry over to Ashley Furniture Home Store right now. Ashley Furniture Home Store. This is home. 4520 San Bernardo Avenue, Laredo, Texas, 956-712-2401. Subject to credit approval. Minimum monthly payments required. See store for details.
Driscoll Health Plan loads the bases with value. We knock it out of the park with all the value-added services we bring to our Medicaid members. Driscoll families cheer on the Grand Slam packages, sports physicals, free memberships to Boys and Girls Clubs, and dental care for pregnant women over 21. Take a swing at our baby showers offered by Cadena de Madre. Forget those peanuts and Cracker Jacks, root for our baby blankets and more. Come slide into home when you receive gift cards for completing Texas Health Steps checkups and attending postpartum visits on time. Don't miss a play. Restrictions and limits may apply. Visit DriscollHealthPlan.com.
Come on, your catcher, number 15, Charlie Valerio.
You heard the man, Charlie Valerio, to the plate for the Joplin Blasters. The switch-hitting catcher batting from the left side. And I was talking with Ryan Murphy, the Joplin broadcaster, between innings about the Phipps hit by pitch. I said, Hodges didn't want any part of him. Valerio swings and hits one to deep right. Phipps going to have to navigate the hill, but he only has to step on it a couple of times, a couple steps up the hill, makes the catch. Out number 1. Last year, Joplin Blasters right fielder Jesus Solorzano was a master at navigating that hill. I saw a bunch of outfielders have trouble with it out there and right when the ball was hit up it. But Solorzano last year, he could probably do some tap dancing on that hill. He was a master. That hill slopes up. Obviously it's a hill, it slopes up. Here comes the pitch to Cabrera down and away. But I mean, as it goes, it slopes up in 2 different directions. Obviously it slopes up towards the wall, but it also is angled as it kind of slopes up from center field to the right field wall. So you kind of have a double slope action going, making it a little tougher to navigate. And it's not completely at a smooth, plain 1-0 pitch. Missing down and away. 2 balls, no strikes. The count to Cabrera. Actually 3-0 now. Missed a pitch, the 3-0 pitch on the outside corner, called a strike, 3-1. So you have it sloping, and you have some potholes in it, some higher parts in the hill. Certainly not easy. I know I'd sprain an ankle out there. Ground ball, hard hit down the line. Valera backhands it, though, at third. Throws to first for the out, 5-3 the put out. Of course, that's why I'm in the broadcast booth and not out there on the field playing. There's a lot of things I can't do out there.
Fans, welcome back up the shortstop, number 10, Will Soto.
Will Soto to the plate. And by a lot of things, I mean actually most things. I could run to first and maybe not trip over my own feet. I wouldn't be thrown out if it was hit to the wall, but I'm not hitting it to the wall. Here comes the pitch to Will Soto. Pitch called a strike at the knees, middle half the plate. 0-1 Soto, who grounded out his first time up to the second baseman. Here comes the 0-1 pitch, a swing and a miss, 0-2. But, yeah, that hill, definitely a tough thing to negotiate. Soto, the shortstop, left-handed hitter, quickly down 0-2. Scott Garner looking for his first 3-up, 3-down inning. In fact, looking for his first shutout inning. Blasters with a run in the first and 3 in the second. 0-2 pitch. Garner down, missing just down. Maybe a bit inside. 1-2 now the count. Nice 0-2 pitch, though, from Scott Garner. Teams are even in hits, 3 apiece, but where Scott Garner has, I guess, messed up, he's walked 2 and hit 1, and all of those runners who have reached via some form of a free pass have scored. Of course, one of the Lemurs' 2 runs was off of a walk as well. It was Dennis Phipps. As I was saying, though, I forget what I was talking about, losing my train of thought here. Pitch fouled away, count 1-2. I was talking with Ryan Murphy about Phipps getting hit by a pitch, and he said, and it reminded me, I've kind of forgotten, when Phipps scored on a sac fly back in the second inning, he took his time coming in to score from third base. He kind of jogged down the first half of the line and then almost walked the last 30 feet or so. And then definitely once he got to the batter circle was taking his time, did a couple of stomps as he stepped on home plate. And that pitch in the dirt, 2 balls, 2 strikes. So I'm sure Hodges didn't like that aspect of, or that thing that Phipps had done when he scored earlier in the ball game, just an inning before. Still very fresh in his mind, I'm sure. And so when he came up to bat again, that coupled with the fact that, well, he doesn't probably want to face Phipps with 2 men in scoring position. Grounder to short. Rondon easily fields it, throws to first. There's out number 3. 3-up, 3-down inning for Garner. But that could have combined into the fact that Hodges would then hit Dennis Phipps. We go to the top of the 4th after that 3-up, 3-down third. Lemurs trailing 4-2 to the Blasters.
Hey, ¿tienes algo que celebrar? ¿Que por fin compraste carro nuevo? ¿Que cambiaste tu cheque? ¿Que hoy empieza tu fin de semana? ¿O que hoy se acaba tu novela y mañana empieza otra? La respuesta es la misma, pues un carnesazo. No importa lo que estés celebrando, lo que importa es que lo celebres, pues con un carnesazo de H-E-B. El carnesazo de H-E-B es una pachanga de sabor. Solo tienes que invitar a los compadres, prender la parrillita, ponerle unas fajitas, costillitas, chuletitas, salchichitas y, ¿por qué no?, hasta un pollo mariposita. Y que no se te olvide la musiquita y hasta una buena bailadita para un gran carnesazo. En H-E-B encuentras gran variedad de cortes a precios bajos y de buena calidad. Carnesazo, carne asada con ganas, solo en H-E-B.
Core Business Solutions is a proud sponsor of Lemurs Baseball. Core Business Solutions services the 17 southernmost counties of Texas as well as areas of northern Mexico. They offer a wide range of high-tech solutions for businesses and organizations. Make Core Business Solutions your solution today.
The Chop House Cheddar Burger is back at Whataburger.
First of all, you start with a large bun, 2 patties,
Shredded cheddar cheese.
A creamy sauce.
Creamy steak sauce.
My personal favorite part is the onions, the grilled onions and bacon.
Grilled perfection.
It's good stuff. Love it.
You take a bite. It's hard to describe. It's hard to put into words.
The Chop House Cheddar Burger.
Chop House Cheddar Burger. It's back.
I don't have anything else to compare it to. It's the best out there, I think.
The Chop House Cheddar Burger is back.
Only at Whataburger and only for a limited time.
Now batting left fielder number 5, Ty Morrison.
Ty Morrison leading off the inning, and manager Pete Incaviglia just proving the point I made yesterday as far as what the Lemurs can do with this lineup and their personnel. Here comes the pitch from Josh Hodges, squaring around a bunt, and just making contact was Morrison. It bunts foul back to the screen, though. 0-1. Morrison reached on a fielder's choice, so he's 0 for 1 today. Fielder's choice back in the second inning. Ended up being stranded there at first base. So 0-1 the count here, but Morrison batted third last night. 0-1 pitch outside, 1-1, and I was talking about how with Martinez, Morrison, Pulfer, and apparently Valera, even Rondon, you have 5 guys that can really bat anywhere 1 through 3, swinging a ground ball to the left side of the infield. Took kind of a high hop to Soto at short, but he manages to recover, throw over to first just in time to get Morrison. But you have those 3 guys that can really any of them can lead off and certainly bat second. And probably most of them could even bat in the 3 spot, or at least have batted in the 3 spot. So you have the 5 guys that can bat in the first 3 positions, and then you can scatter them around the rest of the spot. Usually Pete's been putting one in the 6 spot and then one in the 9 spot. So you kind of have a second leadoff hitter there in the 9 spot in the order. The pitch to Devin Harris taken outside. Harris still looking for his first hit here in a Lemurs uniform, but he does have his first run batted in. That came in the second. He had a sac fly driving Phipps in for the Lemurs' first run of the ball game. The score is 4-2 here in the top of the 4th. 1 away, no one on. Pitch on the inside corner at the knees. A called strike, 1 ball and 1 strike. Now the count to Harris. Right-handed hitter against the right-handed pitcher Hodges. Hodges from the stretch, kicks and delivers. Harris swings, pops one up into shallow right. Going out is Glasser. Burling is going to come in from right and call off Glasser and record the out of Harris. Harris now 0 for 1 in the ball game. Second out here in the 4th. To the plate, Jesus Poso, who's also 0 for 1 with a fly out to left.
Now batting the catcher number 32, Jesus Poso.
Poso, who goes by Panda. I saw him in the clubhouse the other day. I said, "Hey, Poso, how's it going?" Something like that. And he said, "No Poso, Panda." I said, "Panda Poso? Jesus Panda?" He says, "No, just Panda." Pitched to Panda inside. So I said, all right, I'll start calling you Panda. So I want to know the count, although I've still been saying Poso on air. But he goes by Panda all by everyone. And the 1-0, Panda with taking it inside for a ball, 2-0. He does have some power. He's hit a couple of home runs already. He flashes it during batting practice as well on occasion. 3-0, the count here to Panda. The pitch taken for a strike. Outside edge at the knees. 3-1. Hodges throwing from the stretch despite there being no one on base. 3-1 pitch again at the knees on the outer half, and it's 3-2. So a full count here with 2 outs in the top of the 4th. In a 2-run game, Lemurs trailing 4-2 to the Blasters. A lot of scoring already in this series. Hodges from the stretch, kicks, delivers, payoff pitch. Poso swings, lines one into left center, and that'll fall in for a base knock for Panda. He'll pull up at first with a single. And we'll bring up Alvaro Rondon. Rondon going to bat from the left side, the switch hitter. And this is where you can get into trouble if you're an opposing team against this Lemurs lineup. You get a guy like Rondon who can hit base hits, especially if you're a right-handed pitcher. You get a lefty and or a switch hitter in Rondon, followed by a lefty in Martinez. Also the advantage of having, especially against righties, this lineup with guys like Morrison and Martinez, both lefties who can hit in the leadoff spot. Rondon tries to bunt at it, and it'll be bunted foul behind home plate, 0-1. Because you can bat Rondon at the bottom of the order, and he can be a switch hitter. And you get back to the top of the order, and you don't get a break if you're a righty because you face off against back-to-back lefties, essentially. 0-1 the count here to Rondon. Likes to go the other way with it. Takes outside for a ball, 1-1. Wants to kind of just slap it out there to the opposite way, although he did drive one pretty deep the other night. Hopefully the hardest hit ball I've seen him hit this season. Was out to right center. Comes the 1-1, swinging a hard grounder, a couple of bounces towards the second baseman. Charging is Glasser, he'll throw to first, and the inning has ended. Lemurs get a 2-out single by Poso, but that's all they get here in the fourth. We go to the bottom half of the inning. Lemurs still down by 2, 4-2 to the Blasters.
There's a reason why Popeyes creates some of the best tasting chicken in the world. We were born in New Orleans, Louisiana, the land of good fun and great cooking. Spicy flavor is a way of life in New Orleans, and everything we make reflects it. From our Popeyes bona fide chicken and handcrafted tenders to our home-style mashed potatoes with Cajun gravy and our soft, buttery biscuits, everything we make is made with care and served up fresh. Only at Popeyes.
Hey, ¿tienes algo que celebrar? ¿Que le salió el primer diente a tu hijo? ¿Que tu abuelita aprendió a tuitear? ¿Que cambiaste tu cheque? La respuesta es la misma. Pues un carnesazo. No importa lo que estés celebrando, lo que importa es que lo celebres. Pues con un carnesazo de H-E-B. En H-E-B encuentras gran variedad de cortes a precios bajos y de buena calidad. Carnesazo. Carne asada con ganas solo en H-E-B.
Quench your thirst at a Lemurs game with a beverage from Southern Distributing Company. Try mainstays like Miller Lite, Miller 64, and Coors Original, or reach for a Red's Apple Ale or Leinenkugel. Batch 19's the newcomer, a pre-prohibition beer inspired by the last batches of beer brewed before 1919.
Miller invented light beer, the original light Pilsner, and that changed everything. This led to fewer guys with beer bellies, which led to more women attracted to those guys, which led to dates, second dates, wedding bells, and honeymoons, which led to hubbada, boom, which led to you. Miller Lite, we invented light beer, and you're welcome. 12 ounces contain 96 calories, 3.2 carbs, 1 protein, 0 fat. Great beer, great responsibility. Miller Brewing Company, Milwaukee, Wisconsin.
Corey Morales, Alberto Castillo, and Zach Burling, 7, 8, 9 hitters for the Joplin Blasters, leading off the inning here in the bottom of the fourth. Scott Garner had his best inning of work there in the third, a 3-up, 3-down third for him. He fires a strike here to Corey Morales, 0-1. Morales 0 for 1 today with a ground out to third. Garner working quickly from the windup, delivers a swing and a high pop-up right side. Pulfer looks like he's got it, and he'll make the catch for the out. One away. That's now 5 straight retired for Scott Garner. As he tries to settle into a groove here in the fourth inning. In fact, yesterday, Lemurs starter Ryan Beckman, he had a rough first couple of innings, but he ended up throwing all 8 and getting the complete game last night. So nice work by Beckman to power through. He threw a lot of pitches. Swinging a chopper foul right side towards the on-deck circle of the Lemurs. 0-1 the count to Castillo. Take a look around the American Association scoreboard here in the bottom of the fourth. Castillo swings it to grounder to second. Pulfer routinely fields it, throws to first for the out. And there's 2 away. We might not have time to get through the scoreboard here. We'll try. By we, I mean me. Top of the sixth in St. Paul, the Saints trailing the Sioux City Explorers by a score of 8-2. Sioux City, second place in the Central. St. Paul leads the whole league. They're in the North Division, 18-8 their record. Over in Fargo-Moorhead, the Fargo-Moorhead Redhawks and Lincoln Salt Dogs tied at 2 in the top of the third. Also top of the third in Winnipeg, the Gold Eyes trailing the Texas Airhogs 1-0. The pitch to Zach Burling. He squares around a bunt, pulls the bat back though, and it's 0-1 as it was a called strike to Burling. Burling, who singled and scored a couple innings ago. Burling again taking this low for a ball, 1-1. Over in Sioux Falls, the Canaries leading 1-0 over the Gary South Shore Railcats. They're in the top of the third there. And they looks like they still aren't underway in Wichita between the Wingnuts and the Kansas City T-Bones. I don't know what's going on there. Maybe they're just having issues with their point streak. It doesn't even say pregame. It just has a blank where the inning should be. That last pitch fouled away. 1-2 the count to Burling. Here comes the delivery from Garner, down and away. 2 balls and 2 strikes. He did have a couple of rainouts last night. Break-even pitch on its way from Garner. And swinging a weak hit bouncer over the head of Garner. He couldn't grab it. And Pulfer coming in barehanding from second. And he'll have no shot at a throw. The speedy Burling getting down the line quickly for his second hit of the ball game. Boy, a high bouncer over the head of Garner. He tried to back up off the mound to have a better shot at it. It might have actually tipped his glove. Couldn't quite tell it. He almost had it, though. Just couldn't quite grab it. And there's still 2 outs in the inning, but it's the top of the order. Oscar Mesa to the plate. A throw over to first, diving back in is Burling. Lemurs trailing 4-2, 2 outs, runner on first for the Blasters. Here in the bottom of the fourth. There's a called strike, 0-1. Mesa today, he has yet to actually record an at-bat. He has come to the plate twice, walked, and been hit by a pitch. He scored both times. In fact, out of the 4 runs that have scored, 2 have been walks and 1 have been hit by 2 have reached via a walk and 1 by a hit by pitch. There's a swing and a high fly ball to center field. Pretty much straight away. Martinez moving a bit to his left. He was shaded the opposite way. He'll make the catch, and that'll end the inning. And little chopper on the infield, the only hit in the ball in the inning there in the fourth for the Blasters. As another shutout inning for Scott Garner. We go to the top of the fifth. Still a 4-2 ball game. Lemurs trailing the Blasters.
We'd like to imagine that if you're listening to this, it's on a radio in a backyard in between innings. The grass was mowed this morning, and the grill smells like heaven. And what do you know? Your friends just arrived with a 24-pack of Miller Lite, along with a few new friends to enjoy them with. Here's hoping we're right, and you're not just stuck in traffic. Here's hoping it's Miller time.
Great beer, great responsibility. 2015 Miller Brewing Company, Milwaukee, Wisconsin.
We'd like to imagine that if you're listening to this, it's on a radio in a backyard in between innings. The grass was mowed this morning, and the grill smells like heaven. And what do you know? Your friends just arrived with a 24-pack of Miller Lite, along with a few new friends to enjoy them with. Here's hoping we're right, and you're not just stuck in traffic. Here's hoping it's Miller time.
Great beer, great responsibility. 2015 Miller Brewing Company, Milwaukee, Wisconsin.
South Texas families never strike out with Driscoll Health Plan. Catch the value-added services we pitch to our Medicaid members. Enjoy a free membership to specific boys and girls clubs. Receive gift cards for completing Texas healthcare checkups. Restrictions and limitations may apply. Visit us at DriscollHealthPlan.com.
Falcon Bank and the Laredo Lemurs are a winning combination. At Falcon, they know what counts. Personalized service, attention to detail, and genuine commitment to helping customers achieve their dreams. Falcon Bank, guided by faith, grounded by family, and committed to you.
Right now, when you sign up for a Gold's Gym membership.
Top of the order for the Lemurs, Martinez, Pulfer, and Valera. Martinez, the lefty, Pulfer, the righty, Valera, also a righty. First pitch from the righty, Josh Hodges to Martinez outside for a ball, 1-0. We're in the top of the fifth inning. Lemurs trailing 4-2 to the Blasters. Last night's ball game was a 6-5 game, and most of the runs coming in the first 3 innings. Lemurs had 4 runs in the first 3. The Blasters 5 runs in the first 3. Tonight, in the first 3 innings, Blasters with 4 runs, Lemurs with 2 runs. Pitch outside again, and it's count 2 balls and 2 strikes. So most of the scoring here, at least so far, in this series, in the first 3 innings of each ball game. 4-2 the score. Lemurs trailing here tonight. The 2-0 delivery on the outside corner, called a strike, 2-1. Martinez has been excellent here lately for the Lemurs at the plate. Second on the team in batting average. .299 hitter. 2-1 delivery, swinging a chopper down the first baseline. Castillo's charging in, and he'll catch it right there at the bag, and they're going to say he's out. It was a close play. It looked like Castillo thought he didn't tag it the first time, so he had to come back and tag it again. He was trying to field the ball with his foot on the base, and he had to make a little bit of a lunge to field it. But they said he did touch it the first time. And Martinez retired. Coaching first base tonight, Ryan Beckman. And back at third base, Gibby Villacuellar for the Lemurs last night. Gibby didn't coach the whole game. They had Mike Meyer over there for a little while at third base. J.D. Pulfer at the plate. He is 1 for 2 tonight with a single, a run scored. So looking for his second hit of the ball game. The pitch to Pulfer just a bit outside, and it's 1-0. This Lemurs team trying to get back to what they were at the end of last season and what as individuals have been in their careers. There's a swing and a miss, 1-1. Guys like Pulfer, Morrison, Martinez at the plate. Defensively, we've been fine, or they've been fine, but still finding it here offensively, although it has improved as a team in the last 10 ball games. The Lemurs hitting .261, and in the last 5 games, batting .284. That pitch will miss, count 2-1. Which, when you look at the team batting average, Lemurs were in last place for a while. In fact, there was just a few games ago, they were in the 220s. It was around 228, 230, somewhere around there. Team batting average up to 238. Second worst batting average in the league, but they were last place by a good bit for a while, in fact. They've upped it, though, here lately, and hopefully that just continues to get better and continues to climb. 2 balls and a strike here to Pulfer. And the pitch from Hodges, swinging a high pop fly into shallow right. Running out is Glasser. Coming in is Burling. It'll be the right fielder, Zach Burling, making the catch, out number 2. So the hitting has gotten better here as of late. Certainly 284 over the last 5 games is better than 238 overall. You keep hitting 284 over an extended period of time, you're going to score a lot of runs and win a bunch of ball games. In fact, the league leader in batting average is 295, so 284, not far below that. Here comes the pitch to Valera on the inside corner, a called strike, 0-1. Valera batting in the 3 spot today, 1 for 2. He's grounded into a double play, as well as hit a double. A little blooping ball into shallow right. Count 1-1 as that pitch missed as well. To Valera. Josh Hodges on the mound for the Blasters. From the stretch, the swing and a line drive. It'll take 1 hop on the edge of the infield before going into left. And Valera with his second hit in the ballgame. A single hit hard there through the left side, and Dennis Phipps to the plate. Phipps has been walked and has been hit by a pitch. And there may or may not have been some intentionality with his hit by pitch. Unbeknownst to us, I think Phipps felt like there probably was. He was yammering with Hodges a good bit on his way to first base. So we'll see what he can do here. The pitch to Phipps, high for a ball. And they called it a strike? Yeah, they called it a ball. 1-0. And the 1-0, Phipps stepping out, and it's low, 2-0. Sometimes it throws me off. I can hear the Joplin broadcaster beside me. And I had assumed it was a ball. It was up and into Phipps, and I was looking down to mark it in my book a ball, and I heard him say something about a strike. Phipps swings out of his shoes there, and the count now 2-1. And this, I said something about it earlier in the year. Phipps is a patient hitter at the plate, but he looks impatient sometimes with his swings. When he swings like that, taking these big cuts where he almost swings himself out of his shoes. But it was on a 2-0 pitch. Taking outside, 3 balls and a strike. So he's being patient and selective. It's just when he selects to hit or selects to swing, they're powerful, wild swings. Not necessarily wild. They can be in control, but they're always powerful. Swing or a pitch on the outside corner, called a strike. Phipps thought he had drawn ball 4, but he doesn't. And now Phipps unhappy about something. I looked down and marked it in my book. Benches are clearing as he charged the mound. Valerio grabbing Phipps with a big hug from behind. And bullpens are coming out. So far, nothing, no punches or anything have been thrown, but there is a standoff. Now the bullpens are in the back of things. The Lemurs bullpen kind of in the middle of it all, almost flanking the Blasters. Pulfer coming over to try and talk to Phipps, cool him off. Phipps unhappy about something. I looked down after the ball was called. Maybe Hodges, as he was taking a few steps towards first, my guess is Hodges said something from the mound, something probably about, hey, get in the box, that was a strike. Something like that would be my best guess. Knowing what can happen in these situations from previous experience, not necessarily with Phipps, but with other situations. Everyone's going back to the dugouts and to the bullpens as things have kind of cleared up a bit. But Phipps, I don't know. Hodges not a guy you want to mess with. 6'7", 235, but neither is Phipps, 6'2", 220. And I think that weight is probably a little old, outdated. Not old, but outdated. He's probably in the 230, 235 range. And not that he's heavier, he's bulkier. He's got a lot of muscle. Not a guy you want to mess with, especially since he has a bat in his hands and he knows how to use it. So everyone going back to their positions. Lemurs going back to the pens, as are the Blasters. So the count full. 3 balls, 2 strikes. Phipps thought he had a walk. We'll see what happens here after the almost fight out there on the field. I said we might have something interesting with Phipps at the plate after he was hit, possibly intentionally, possibly not. Now it's looking like it might have been more intentional. 3-2, runner moving, the payoff pitch. That one is outside. Phipps will angrily flip the bat towards the on-deck circle of the Lemurs, and he will walk, using the definition of the term walk, down to first base as Abel Nieves comes to the plate. So Phipps, who last night was 3 for 4 with a double, 2 home runs, and 4 runs batted in his first 3 plate appearances, tonight 0 for 0, a hit by pitch and 2 walks. To the plate, Abel Nieves for the Lemurs, first baseman. A big situation here with 2 outs and 2 men on, a runner in scoring position as you have Valera at second, Phipps over at first. They're all getting leads. Here comes the pitch. It's called a strike at the knees, and it's 0-1. Nieves 1 for 2. He singled in the second. Looking for another hit here. A single would score Valera from second base more than likely. It would take a little more to score Phipps from first, although Phipps probably full of some pent-up anger right now. You better believe he'll be hustling around those base paths if he gets a chance to score and tie this game up. Pitch inside for a ball, 1-1. Score right now, 4-2. Lemurs trailing the Blasters. So Phipps over at first represents the tying run. We are only in the top of the 5th, though. 5 hits in the game for Laredo, 4 for Joplin. Hodges throwing from the stretch, 1-1, the count to Nieves. The first baseman for the Lemurs taking low, and count 2 balls, 1 strike. Yeah, on that, you don't usually see a guy charge a mound after a pitch is outside to him, especially on a 3-1 pitch. But my guess is it wasn't the pitch, but the words that were directed from one person to another person that incited the benches to clear. 2-1, the count. Hodges from the stretch. Kicks and delivers up high for a ball, 3-1. Already players getting a little chippy. We have one more game here today, or not today, but tomorrow in this series. And this one only not even halfway done. 2 outs in the inning. 3-1 the count to Nieves. Certainly will be looking for something to drive here. And the pitch. Swinging a foul back to the screen. 3-2. Lemurs trying to tie things up here. Maybe even take a lead. There's 2 men on here with 2 outs in the inning. I mentioned Nieves hitting better here the last 5 to 10 ball games. Hodges from the stretch, 3-2. Runners move on the pitch. There they go. Here the pitch comes. Fouled away, right side. Way out of here. Out of play. Look up the Lemurs situational statistics here. Nieves with 2 outs, runners in scoring position, has only seen that situation 8 times this season. He's 1 for 8 with 2 runs batted in, 125 batting average. 3 balls, 2 strikes, another payoff pitch coming. There go the runners. Swung on and again fouled away, about the same spot as the last one. Deep off to the right field line and well out of the ballpark here at Joe Becker Stadium. Count still 3 balls and 2 strikes to Nieves. And the runners will still be moving once the pitch is thrown. Everyone back to their bags, now getting another lead. And we'll do it all over again. Should Nieves reach, the batter on deck is Ty Morrison. Hodges coming to a set. Here comes the pitch, swing, and a grounder back towards the middle on a broken bat. Fielding it behind the bag is the shortstop. And Soto will make the play, throwing Nieves out at first, 6-3. That'll end the inning. We go to the bottom of the 5th. Lemurs scoreless there, stranding a pair of runners, still 4-2 here in the 5th inning in Joplin.
You'll get tons of extras completely free. Confidence, free. Compliments from your coworkers, free. And the desire to wear tiny bathing suits, you guessed it, free. You'll be stronger with extras, and you'll be stronger with Gold's Gym. Know your own strength. Tiny bathing suit not included.
Laredo Sports Medicine Clinic, the official team doctors of your Laredo Lemurs. Now with 2 convenient locations to better serve you. Our north location is located at 9652 McPherson Road, Suite 12. Our south location is located at 5102 State Highway 359. Laredo Sports Medicine offers an array of services from physical therapy to our newest service, orthopedic surgery. Laredo Sports Medicine Clinic is changing orthopedic care 1 athlete at a time. Visit our website at laredosportsmed.com for more information.
Uni-Trade continues to provide solutions in foreign trade through a highly satisfactory customs brokerage service. Uni-Trade has quality trained personnel devoted to the highest level of customer service. For all your transportation, distribution, and consolidation needs, it's Uni-Trade.
Texas Outlaw Grill is a proud sponsor of your Laredo Lemurs, specializing in outlaw delicacies such as the Texican, the Gringo, and the Bandit hot dog and their ever-famous barbecue burger. Be the first to try their groundbreaking Cabrito hamburger and Cabrito hot dog. For all to-go orders, catering, and fundraising information, go by 5209 Springfield Suite number 4 or call 956-771-1919. That's Texas Outlaw Grill.
Chavarrias Plumbing's the #1 choice for any plumbing problem. Chavarrias is a full-service company with up-to-date technology.
Mitch Glasser leads off the inning for the Blasters. Pitch inside. He spins out of the way. 1-0. And after what we've already had transpire in this ballgame, if Scott Garner even accidentally hits someone, he's already hit 1 batter, and I think it was incidental. Pitch low, 2 balls, no strikes. Boy, I don't know what'll happen. We've already had some testy situations here. 2-0 the count here to Glasser, who is 1 for 2 with 3 runs batted in on his double. Takes a strike on that 2-0 and the count now 2-1. And the 2-1 delivery, swing ground ball left side towards the hole. Backhanding is Rondon. He fires to first. Nice throw by Rondon. He'll get Glasser. 6-3 the put out. Glasser now 1 for 3 in the ballgame. Lemurs keeping him off the base paths, as that is probably one of the keys to the game for him. He was 1 for 4 last game, though, and the Glasser still won. Geraldo Valentin to the plate. First pitch to Valentin will be right over the heart of the plate for a strike, 0-1. But the thing that Glasser's one hit that he has today, it was a dandy of a hit. There's a swing and a miss. Valentin almost falling over, 0-2 the count. Garner winds in the 0-2. Just a little bit low for a ball, 1 ball, 2 strikes. I mentioned Garner. He's not a guy that I would expect to hit anyone intentionally. He's one of the nicest guys on the team. Certainly one of the goofiest. 1-2. Low, 2 balls, and 2 strikes. The count evens up. Garner very soft-spoken. Winds in the 2-2. Low for a ball, 3 balls, 2 strikes. We interviewed him earlier in the season. So soft-spoken that it was even hard for the mic to even pick him up sometimes. Had to turn it up really loud. Payoff pitch, 3-2, delivery. Garner, swing on a ground ball, left side, dropping to his knees is the shortstop Rondon. He'll throw high to first, and it'll go into the dugout. So Valentin will be awarded second base. It'll be a single and an error.
Fans, here he is. Welcome up your catcher, number 15, Charlie Valerio.
Charlie Valerio to the plate. Now 5 hits in the game for each team. Lemurs made their first error of the ball game. Here comes the first pitch to Valerio. High for a ball, 1-0. Valerio today 0 for 1. Sac fly out to center field, drove in the first run of the game, which scored Mesa from third. 1-0 delivery, low for a ball. 2 balls, no strikes. We're in the bottom of the 5th in a 2-run ball game. 1 out, runner on second, thanks to that throwing error by the shortstop Alvaro Rondon. Rondon playing behind second base, in fact, to the second baseman's side of second. The 2-0 swinging a pop-up left side, foul territory. Valera, the third baseman, chasing it, leaning over the wall, trying to make the catch, and it'll hit a broomstick. What are the chances of that? There was a broom or a mop, some kind of wooden stick, kind of leaning over the edge of the fence, but further up the line than where Valerio was, and it hit right off the broomstick. You're talking a small area for that baseball to hit. Baseball is one of those games where sometimes the thing that is most unlikely to happen will happen. The 2-1 pitch, swinging a high bouncer for the first baseman, Nieves. He'll come in and scoop it up on a hop, tagging the bag himself as he stays aware of the runner. As Valentin goes up from second to third, runner on third base, 2 outs, Willie Cabrera to the plate for the Blasters.
Let's make some noise. Your left fielder, number 2, Willie Cabrera.
You know, sometimes those things where it's almost like if it can happen, it will happen. Even if the chances are minuscule, the ball hitting the broomstick, one of those things. Minuscule odds, but there were odds it could happen. The pitch swung on and hit hard but foul towards the beer garden along the left field line, out of play, 0-1. Kind of like that movie, Dumb and Dumber. So you're saying there's a chance. There's always a chance something could happen in a baseball game. And in my limited broadcasting experience, I've seen a bunch of things that I never thought I'd ever see in a baseball game. Cabrera pops one up over the screen in foul territory. It'll find one of the last rows of seats there right behind home plate. Count 0-2 to Willie Cabrera, former member of the Braves organization, made it up to AAA Gwinnett with the team a couple of seasons. Spent a lot of time at AA Mississippi. 0-2, the count to Cabrera. He digs back into the box, awaiting the delivery from Scott Garner. And the pitch, Cabrera swing and a miss, strike 3. And that's the first strikeout of the ballgame for Garner. Comes at a big time there with a runner on third. We go to the top of the 6th. Lemurs trailing 4-2 to the Blasters.
Texas Outlaw Grill is a proud sponsor of your Laredo Lemurs, specializing in outlaw delicacies such as the Texican, the Gringo, and the Bandit hot dog and their ever-famous barbecue burger. Be the first to try their groundbreaking Cabrito hamburger and Cabrito hot dog. For all to-go orders, catering, and fundraising information, go by 5209 Springfield Suite number 4 or call 956-771-1919. That's Texas Outlaw Grill.
Chavarrias Plumbing's the #1 choice for any plumbing problem. Chavarrias is a full-service company with up-to-date technology, trained professionals. With over 30 years of service to the community, Chavarrias is still growing strong. Visit chavarriasplumbing.com and go Lemurs!
For all of your vehicle collision repair and paint needs, there's only one place to turn: Mike's Paint Place. Mike's Paint Place has computerized color matching and digital imaging. They also do full frame and suspension repairs. Stop by and see Mike's Paint Place today at 6410 Polaris Drive in Laredo.
Uni-Trade continues to provide solutions in foreign trade through a highly satisfactory customs brokerage service. Uni-Trade has quality trained personnel devoted to the highest level of customer service. For all your transportation, distribution, and consolidation needs, it's Uni-Trade.
Hey, ¿tienes algo que celebrar? ¿Que por fin compraste carro nuevo? ¿Que cambiaste tu cheque? ¿Que hoy empieza tu fin de semana? ¿O que hoy se acaba tu novela y mañana empieza otra? La respuesta es la misma, pues un carnesazo. No importa lo que estés celebrando, lo que importa es que lo celebres, pues con un carnesazo de H-E-B. El carnesazo de H-E-B es una pachanga de sabor. Solo tienes que invitar a los compadres, prender la parrillita, ponerle unas fajitas, costillitas, chuletitas, salchichitas y, ¿por qué no?, hasta un pollo mariposita.
Ty Morrison leads off the inning for the Laredo Lemurs, top of the 6th. Pitch swung on, grounded towards the hole on the right side, but Mitch Glasser able to move over in time to make the play, and there's out number 1. Morrison swinging at the first pitch, now 0 for 3 in the ballgame. Lemurs trailing by a score of 4-2 to the Blasters. Here at the top of the 6th, to the plate, Devin Harris. Harris 0 for 1. He hit a sac fly to center field. He hit it really hard, just right at the center fielder, Mesa. So he's still looking for that first hit here in a Lemurs uniform. I'm sure once he gets that first hit or two, things will start to just waterfall for him here, and the hits will just come pouring forth. The pitch called a strike, 0-1. Tends to be kind of how it is. Once you get that first hit, sometimes it takes a while to get it, but once you do, everything is just peaches and cream. 0-1, in there for a strike, outside corner, 0-2. Well, I'm not a fan of peaches and cream. I'm more of a strawberries and cream. 0-2 pitch, swing and a miss. There's strike 3. Harris strikes out for the first time tonight. Strikeout number 2 for Hodges this evening.
And that was our strikeout batter.
Jesus Poso digging in now. Poso the catcher, 1 for 2 in the ball game. Singled with 2 outs back in the 4th. He comes up to the plate here. Again with 2 outs and no one on. So see if he can get another 2-out single to extend the inning. Hodges from the stretch delivers the off-speed stuff for a strike, 0-1 to Poso. Lemurs and Blasters each with 5 hits today. But it was the Blasters who had the biggest hit. A 3-run RBI double by Mitch Glasser. And that's the difference in the ball game. Poso awaits the 1-1 pitch, up and in. Lemurs hoping for some big things from Panda here at the plate. Hodges shaking off his catcher, wants him to go through the signs again. Shakes him off again and then nods. Pitch swung on, popped into the left side of the infield, barely on the grass is Soto. He'll make the catch. That'll end the inning. Lemurs go 3 up, 3 down here in the 6th. It remains a 4-2 ball game in favor of the Blasters over the Lemurs here at Joe Becker Stadium.
Texas Outlaw Grill is a proud sponsor of your Laredo Lemurs, specializing in outlaw delicacies such as the Texican, the Gringo, and the Bandit hot dog and their ever-famous barbecue burger. Be the first to try their groundbreaking Cabrito hamburger and Cabrito hot dog. For all to-go orders, catering, and fundraising information, go by 5209 Springfield Suite number 4 or call 956-771-1919. That's Texas Outlaw Grill.
Before your Memorial Day party gets going, drive over to Ashley Furniture Home Store this week for our best Memorial Day sale ever. Get dramatic price reductions store-wide or no interest until January 2021. Choose from sofas and sectionals, all at unbelievably low prices. Plus find savings on beds and amazing deals on dining rooms. It's our best Memorial Day sale ever, so don't wait. Hurry over to Ashley Furniture Home Store right now. Ashley Furniture Home Store. This is home. 4520 San Bernardo Avenue, Laredo, Texas, 956-712-2401. Subject to credit approval. Minimum monthly payments required. See store for details.
Falcon Bank and the Laredo Lemurs are a winning combination. At Falcon, they know what counts. Personalized service, attention to detail, and genuine commitment to helping customers achieve their dreams. Falcon Bank, guided by faith, grounded by family, and committed to you. Quench your thirst at a Lemurs game with a beverage from Southern Distributing Company. Try mainstays like Miller Lite, Miller 64, and Coors Original, or reach for a Red's Apple Ale or Leinenkugel. Batch 19's the newcomer, a pre-prohibition beer inspired by the last batches of beer brewed before 1919.
There's a reason why
sandwiches, waffle chips, the best sweet tea in the 4-seat area, and more on the first base concession stand.
So we got a new pitcher in the ball game. Kyle DeVore on the pitch for the Lemurs, making another appearance here for Laredo out of the pen since recovering from his elbow injury. He's looked pretty good in his return to action. Pitched the last couple of years with the Kansas City. Picking the wrong big league city. He not pitched in the big leagues, but Kansas City with the American Association team, and he pitched for that team, the Kansas City T-Bones. But so far, DeVore 0-0 in 2 appearances with a 3.86 ERA. 4 2/3 innings pitched on the year for DeVore this season. 6'3", 225, right-hander. Former 27th round pick by the Texas Rangers in the 2011 draft. His first appearance of the year was against Joplin. He threw an inning and 2/3 of scoreless baseball, giving up a pair of hits and getting a strikeout. He'll have to face off against Will Soto here, the 6'7", 8 hitters for the Blasters here in the lineup. Soto 0 for 2, a pair of groundouts. DeVore delivers the first pitch on the corner inside at the knees for a strike. 0-1. So the book is closed on starting pitcher Scott Garner. Gave up 5 hits, 4 runs, all earned over 5 innings. Pitched down and in for a ball. DeVore did give up runs in his last outing. A pair of runs over 3 innings against Lincoln. The 1-1 will be a little bit outside in the count 1-0. 3 hits, 2 runs, both earned, 2 walks, 3 strikeouts over 3 innings against Lincoln in that 12-4 ball game. He came in, though, in a tight situation. Bases were loaded when he entered the ball game. Swinging a ground ball towards the middle, a little bit to the shortstop side. Rondon, no problem with it, throws Soto out. He's now 0 for 3 in the ball game. And there's 1 away.
Your third baseman, number 5, Corey Morales.
Corey Morales to the plate. Also on the line for Garner, he had 2 walks, 1 strikeout, and he hit a batter tonight. There's a called strike to Morales. So 1 away. Infield shifted for Morales, the third baseman, right-handed hitter to Poole. 0-1, swinging a foul away, right side behind the plate, and it's 0-2. 4-2 the score. Still here in Joplin as the Blasters leading the Lemurs. Joplin trying to get the series win. A win here tonight will give him back-to-back wins to start this 3-game series. The 0-2 pitch just a little bit low and away. 1-2. DeVore in position to maybe get a strikeout here of Morales. He'll throw from a windup, and the pitch, swing, ground ball, left side, right to Valera. He'll kind of charge in a couple steps, throw to first on the money. 5-3 the put out of Morales. 2 up, 2 down for DeVore. A pair of ground outs to the left side of the infield. And Alberto Castillo, left-handed hitter to the plate. He is 0 for 1 today. He was hit by a pitch walked in the second inning, and really that walk set off what ended up being the big inning for the Joplin Blasters. He drew the 2-out walk. Burling would hit a single. Mesa would get hit by the pitch, and then the double by Glasser would drop in all 3. The 0-1 in the dirt. It'll go up the first baseline a bit. So a ball and a strike to count to Castillo now. Well, yeah, the fact that all 3 of those runs in the second scored with 2 outs, it's got to hurt the Lemurs a little bit, knowing they're just 1 out away from getting out of the inning. Pitch outside, 2-1. 5 hits for each team. And like I said, only one of those runs scored reached via a hit. There's a ground ball right side. Nieves, first baseman, coming away from the bag to grab it. He'll flip over to DeVore, who will cover first. And it's a 3-1 put out. Out number 3, DeVore goes 3 up and 3 down here in the 6th as he comes in for at least 1 inning of relief. We'll see if he comes out for a second in the 7th. But first, the Lemurs to the plate. Top of the 7th next as Laredo trails Joplin 4-2.
Popeyes creates some of the best tasting chicken in the world. We were born in New Orleans, Louisiana, the land of good fun and great cooking. Spicy flavor is a way of life in New Orleans, and everything we make reflects it. From our Popeyes bona fide chicken and handcrafted tenders to our home-style mashed potatoes with Cajun gravy and our soft, buttery biscuits, everything we make is made with care and served up fresh. Only at Popeyes.
The Chop House Cheddar Burger is back at Whataburger.
First of all, you start with a large bun, 2 patties,
Shredded cheddar cheese.
A creamy sauce.
Creamy steak sauce.
My personal favorite part is the onions, the grilled onions and bacon.
Grilled perfection.
It's good stuff. Love it.
You take a bite. It's hard to describe. It's hard to put into words.
The Chop House Cheddar Burger.
Chop House Cheddar Burger. It's back.
I don't have anything else to compare it to. It's the best out there, I think.
The Chop House Cheddar Burger is back.
Only at Whataburger and only for a limited time.
Driscoll Health Plan loads the bases with value. We knock it out of the park with all the value-added services we bring to our Medicaid members. Driscoll families cheer on the Grand Slam packages, sports physicals, free memberships to Boys and Girls Clubs, and dental care for pregnant women over 21. Take a swing at our baby showers offered by Cadena de Madre. Forget those peanuts and Cracker Jacks, root for our baby blankets and more. Come slide into home when you receive gift cards for completing Texas Health Steps checkups and attending postpartum visits on time. Don't miss a play. Restrictions and limits may apply. Visit DriscollHealthPlan.com.
For all of your vehicle collision repair and paint needs, there's only one place to turn, Mike's Paint Place. Mike's Paint Place has computerized color matching and digital imaging. They also do full frame and suspension.
Josh Hodges still on the hill. Leading off the inning, Alvaro Rondon for the Lemurs. He'll take outside. 1-0 the count. Lemurs trailing 4-2 here in the top of the 7th. To the Joplin Blasters. The pitch, Rondon swings, slices one into left field, but playing a little shallow was Cabrera. He'll make the catch as that ball hung up in the air a little longer. And it'll be a fly out to left, out number 1.
Now batting the center fielder, number 4, Drew Martinez.
Martinez, top of the order, followed by Pulfer here. First pitch from Hodges. Low, ball 1. Martinez today 0 for 2 in the ball game. We're in the top of the 7th. Take another look around the American Association. (1-0) the pitch, called a strike. One ball and 1 strike. Here comes the 1-1 to Martinez. Swings, grounds it back up the middle, but Glasser is there sliding to make the play. Well, sliding on his feet to make the play. Throws over to first for the out, 2 away. So J.D. Pulver to the plate with 2 away.
Now to bat the second baseman, number 10, J.D. Pulver.
Pulver today, 1 for 3. Singled, scored a run for the Lemurs. He'll take a strike. 0-1. All right, elsewhere around the league, final in St. Paul. The Saints tried to come back, but they fell short, dropping one of the Sioux City Explorers by a score of 8-6. I believe looks like they're scheduled to have a doubleheader today, though. We'll see if that actually happens there in St. Paul. Pitch low for a ball. 1-1 the count to Pulver. They did play a 7-inning game. St. Paul scored 4 runs in the 7th to bring the ball game within 2, but they did fall short as they were trailing 8-2 going into that 7th inning. Had it been a 9-inning game, well, St. Paul might have had a chance. 1-1 the pitch. Pulver up and in, leaning out of the way. It tipped off the glove of Valerio. Airhogs leading the Gold Eyes in Winnipeg 3-0, top of the 5th. Lincoln Salt Dogs up 4-2 over the Fargo Moorhead Redhawks that game in Fargo, top of the 6th there. Top of the 6th as well in Sioux Falls as the Canaries are tied with the Gary South Shore Railcats at 1. And still nothing going on over there in Wichita and Kansas City. A little befuddled by the scoreboard situation showing there in Lawrence Dumont Stadium. Maybe we'll check the Twitter machine and see what is happening there in Wichita between the innings. Pitch will miss for ball 3. 3-1 the count to Pulver. Here we go. I checked Twitter 38 seconds ago. The Wingnuts tweeted something, and that is that they and the T-Bones were rained out tonight. 3-1 pitch, swing, and a hard hit ball to left center. Mesa running towards the gap will make the catch, and that'll end the inning. A 3-up, 3-down inning here in the 7th for Hodges on the hill, Lemurs at the plate. We go to the 7th inning stretch in Joplin as the sun is setting here in Missouri. Score 4-2, Lemurs trailing the Blasters.
Core Business Solutions is a proud sponsor of Lemurs Baseball. Core Business Solutions services the 17 southernmost counties of Texas as well as areas of northern Mexico. They offer a wide range of high-tech solutions for businesses and organizations. Make Core Business Solutions your solution today.
Getting hungry? Popeyes always hits the spot. Make sure to stop by any Popeyes location to try out Popeyes' new Smoky Garlic Chili Chicken Dinner. It includes 4 smoky garlic chicken tenderloins served with Popeye's new garlic herb dipping sauce, your choice of a signature side, and a buttermilk biscuit for just $4.99. Promotion starts Monday, May 25th.
South Texas families never strike out with Driscoll Health Plan. Catch the value-added services we pitch to our Medicaid members. Enjoy a free membership to specific Boys and Girls Clubs. Receive gift cards for completing Texas healthcare checkups. Restrictions and limitations may apply. Visit us at DriscollHealthPlan.com.
Miller invented light beer, the original light Pilsner, and that changed everything. This led to fewer guys with beer bellies, which led to more women attracted to those guys, which led to dates, second dates, wedding bells, and honeymoons, which led to hubbada, boom, which led to you. Miller Lights, we invented light beer, and you're welcome. 12 ounces contain 96 calories, 3.2 carbs, 1 protein, 0 fat. Great beer, great responsibility. Miller Brewing Company, Milwaukee, Wisconsin.
Chavarria's Plumbing's the #1 choice for any plumbing problem. Chavarria's is a full-service company with up-to-date technology, trained professionals. With over 30 years of service to the community, Chavarria's is still growing strong. Visit chavarriasplumbing.com and go Lemurs!
We'd like to imagine that if you're listening to this, it's on a radio in
Zach Burling leads off the inning for the Joplin Blasters. Here in the bottom of the 7th, Lemurs trailing 4-2 to Joplin. Kyle DeVore still on the hill for Laredo. He'll wind and fire. The pitch, swing and a miss. 0-1. Burling 2 for 2 today, a pair of singles. He'll face it. As he leads off the inning, he'll be followed by Mesa and Glasser. 0-1 the count. The pitch is inside for a ball, 1-1. Leading out of the way. So Wichita and Kansas City rained out. They have a doubleheader tomorrow. Here comes the 1-1 pitch. Swing ground ball left side right to Valera. At third, he'll throw to first in time. Finally, Burling is retired tonight. Now 2 for 3 in the ball game. The Wingnuts posted an article about their rain out. Pretty cool picture with some lightning in the background there at Lawrence Dumont Stadium. So they'll have a doubleheader tomorrow. First game at 11:05. Game 2 will be afterwards. So they'll have a doubleheader tomorrow starting in the morning. But just barely in the morning, 11 o'clock. Here comes the pitch to the top of the order, Oscar Mesa. Center fielder taking a strike, 0-1. The count here to Mesa, who is 0 for 1 today. He's been walked and hit by a pitch up and away, 1 ball, 1 strike. Kyle DeVore winds in the 1-1. Swinging a fly ball, shallow left down the line. That's trouble. Then diving for it and missing is Morrison. I thought he had it for a second. I thought as Morrison was leaning forward, it hit his glove. He then fell following through with the dive, but he just couldn't hang on to it as he hit the ground. It'll be a single for Oscar Mesa as he stopped there at first base.
22, Mitch Glasser.
Mitch Glasser to the plate. 1 out, runner on first. DeVore from the stretch, firing, Glasser bunting down the third baseline, and it'll roll foul. It stayed fair for a long while, but eventually did roll foul. Much to the chagrin of Glasser, but it's a good thing for the Air Hogs. Oh, 0-1 the count here to Glasser. as the fans start to get a little rowdy at the ballpark, doing some stomping and clapping here at the ballpark. In case you missed it, across the news in the baseball world, a record has fallen. Well, kind of. Ichiro Suzuki has more hits now than Pete Rose did. But, of course, Ichiro got a lot of those hits in Japan, which is not a big league caliber competition over there in Japan. But it is still something that is notable. There's a swing and a ground ball towards short. Rondon will throw over to first. As Mesa was moving on the pitch, he got to second safely. Glasser put out 6-3. Glasser 1 for 4 in the ball game. 2 outs, runner on second. Geraldo Valentin, who is 2 for 3 at the plate. So Ichiro now has 4,257 hits between Japan and Major League Baseball. Now, it is Japan's major leagues. They do have a minor league system. But Pete Rose said he didn't consider Ichiro's totals equal to his, and I would have to agree with Pete. He said Japan, they're trying to make him, quote, the hit queen. I don't think anyone in America is handing anything to Ichiro just yet, but for Ichiro, he is climbing up towards 3,000 in his American Major League career. Pitched low for a ball to Valentin, which, considering Ichiro didn't start his career until he was 27 here in America, that's pretty significant. Now, he is in his 40s, but he's still tearing the cover off the ball. DeVore delivers the 1-0 outside, and Poso going to fire to second. Mesa was way off the bag, and they'll get Mesa as he's picked off by the catcher. I don't know why he was so far off the bag. I think he thought that ball might have gotten past Poso as he had to stand up to make the catch. That'll end the inning, though. And we go to the top of the 8th. Lemurs just have 2 more frames to tie things up and take a lead. It's 4-2. Laredo trailing Joplin.
The backyard in between innings. The grass was mowed this morning, and the grill smells like heaven. And what do you know? Your friends just arrived with a 24-pack of Miller Lite, along with a few new friends to enjoy them with. Here's hoping we're right, and you're not just stuck in traffic. Here's hoping it's Miller time.
Great beer, great responsibility. 2015 Miller Brewing Company, Milwaukee, Wisconsin.
Hey, ¿tienes algo que celebrar? ¿Que le salió el primer diente a tu hijo? ¿Que tu abuelita aprendió a tuitear? ¿Que cambiaste tu cheque? La respuesta es la misma. Pues un carnesazo. No importa lo que estés celebrando, lo que importa es que lo celebres. Pues con un carnesazo de H-E-B. En H-E-B encuentras gran variedad de cortes a precios bajos y de buena calidad. Carnesazo. Carne asada con ganas solo en H-E-B.
Right now, when you sign up for a Gold's Gym membership, you'll get tons of extras completely free. Confidence, free. Compliments from your coworkers, free. And the desire to wear tiny bathing suits, you guessed it, free. You'll be stronger with extras, and you'll be stronger with Gold's Gym. Know your own strength. Tiny bathing suit not included.
Laredo Sports Medicine Clinic, the official team doctors of your Laredo Lemurs. Now with 2 convenient locations to better serve you. Our north location is located at 9652 McPherson Road, Suite 12. Our south location is located at 5102 State Highway 359. Laredo Sports Medicine offers an array of services from physical therapy to our newest service, orthopedic surgery. Laredo Sports Medicine Clinic is changing orthopedic care one athlete at a time. Visit our website at laredosportsmed.com for more information.
South Texas families never strike out with Driscoll Health Plan. Catch the value-added services we pitch to our Medicaid members. Enjoy a free membership to specific boys and girls clubs. Receive gift cards for completing Texas healthcare checkups. Restrictions and limitations may apply. Visit us at DriscollHealthPlan.com.
Driscoll Health Plan low.
Victor Capion in the pitch here for the Joplin Blasters in the 8th inning against the Laredo Lemurs. Capion this season for Joplin. He is 0-0 in 11 appearances. No saves either, with a 1.88 ERA, 14 and a third innings pitched. He's walked 6, struck out 15, given up 3 runs on 5 hits, all runs earned. So Capion to the mound here against the Lemurs. He'll be facing the 3-4-5 hitters, Valera, Phipps, and Nieves here for the Lemurs. So the day is done for Josh Hodges. 5 hits, 2 runs, both earned.
Now batting the third baseman, number 6.
Over 7 innings, walked 3, hit a batter, and struck out 2. A fine outing by their starting pitcher in Josh Hodges. Hopefully the Lemurs can do something against this excellent Joplin bullpen. They've been tough to score runs against. Capion, side-arming right-hander, firing just a bit inside, 1-0. The count to Valera, who is 2 for 3 today. Capion pitched last night against the Lemurs, throwing a shutout inning. Not a shutout inning. He gave up a run. 1 run on 2 hits. It was earned, striking out a batter. I can't read. The pitch on the outside corner at the knees, 1-1. As I was talking about Ichiro, there's a story that's interesting about what Ichiro did for baseball as he came in 2001 to Seattle. He'll be 43 in October. There's another called strike, and I say he's still tearing it up. He's batting .347 as he's a part-time player with the Miami Marlins. Part-time, he's kind of just platooning. He's not an everyday starter, but he's still hitting excellent in his reserve role. And he's only now 21 hits away from 3,000 big league hits, which 3,000 is kind of that golden number for the Hall of Fame in Major League Baseball. So he'll likely get 21 more hits should he stay healthy the rest of the season. 1-2, the pitch, Valera swings, fouls it away, out of play. Just continues to stay alive at the plate. With a lot of praise heaped up by both the Padres manager, who the Marlins are playing today, and the Marlins manager Don Mattingly, and Padres manager Andy Green. But a story, though, about the president for the Marlins, David Sampson. He was actually in Germany today. I don't know why he was in Germany, but he was in Germany. 1-2 pitch, swinging a foul away back to the screen. He was in Germany today, and he was having dinner while the game was on, and as it was a day game, they played earlier today. So it was nighttime there in Germany. And he said he started cheering when Ichiro got his first hit in the first inning. And he was actually having sushi, and the sushi chef had the game on and they had the game on there, and he was watching the game. 1-2 the count to Valera. The pitch from Capion, swing and a miss. There's strike 3. And so he starts cheering, gets the hit, and the chef, this is from Sampson, the president of the Marlins, he says, he looks at the TV and says, Ichiro. And first thing he does is put down the tuna, extend his hand, and then he reaches to pull up his white coat like it's Ichiro's jersey, and then get into Ichiro's batting stance. And Sampson said about the chef, he said, that to me was the most symbolic moment as it relates to Ichiro and his career. Dennis Phipps to the plate, 4-2 the score. Lemurs trailing the Blasters. He'll swing at the first pitch and miss, 0-1, and that shows you the impact Ichiro's had across the world. Sushi chef in Germany, knowing about Ichiro, knowing pretty well about Ichiro, able to do the stance and everything. 0-1 the count as Ichiro really brought in the Japan fans as they brought them into their interest into Major League Baseball in America. Phipps fouled off that last pitch, 0-2. Now the count. So as part of making baseball global, Ichiro's had possibly the biggest impact out of any player from Japan. There's been a few guys that have had some pretty big impacts, but I don't know that anyone has necessarily had the impact Ichiro has. You've had a bunch of pitchers come over and make huge impacts, but a guy like Ichiro, he plays every single day, not just every 5 days or every now and then out of the bullpen for an inning. The 0-2 pitch, backing out of the box, was Phipps. He didn't get time called. It'll be 1-2. Boy, all Capion do is just loft one right over the plate. 1-2 the count here to Phipps. Capion from the stretch. I think Phipps won't be backing out of the plate here. He's not. He'll take, and it's a called strike 3. Phipps goes down looking. Back-to-back strikeouts for Capion. And Phipps, who's been the subject of some ire here for the Joplin Blasters, last night with his 3-for-4 game and his 2 home runs. Tonight, with being one of the pivotal members of a near brawl, a benches clearing standoff earlier in the ball game. If you missed that, he was hit by a pitch earlier after kind of walking home on a sac fly, and then on a 3-1 pitch that was outside or on the outer edge of the strike zone earlier in the game. I'm assuming it had to be something that was said between him and Hodges, the starting pitcher, but benches cleared as he charged the mound a bit, but didn't actually get to Hodges. 0-1 after the swing and miss by Abel Nieves. Nieves 1 for 3 today. He singled back in the second inning. Capion from the stretch. He'll lift the leg, and the 0-1 delivery down and away. It'll actually go back to the screen. And the count, 1 ball and 1 strike. Lemurs trailing 4-2 to the Blasters here in the top of the 8th. And, well, with 2 outs and no one on, if they don't get a run here, or a few runs here, they'll likely be facing Winston Abreu, arguably the best closer in the league, in the 9th. The delivery from Capion, down and in, 2 balls and a strike. Now the count for Nieves at the plate. Take the helmet off, wipe some sweat off, and dig back in. Nieves digging back in. Right-handed hitter, right-handed pitcher. Waiting on deck is left fielder Ty Morrison, should Nieves get on. The delivery, Nieves swings, hits one high in the air into deep right onto the warning track by about a step is Burling, but he'll make the catch there on the warning track in front of the hill still. And there's 3 outs, 3 up, 3 down, including 2 strikeouts for Capion. We go to the bottom of the 8th. Lemurs still down 4-2 to the Blasters.
Puts the bases with value. We knock it out of the park with all the value-added services we bring to our Medicaid members. Driscoll families cheer on the Grand Slam packages, sports physicals, free memberships to Boys and Girls Clubs, and dental care for pregnant women over 21. Take a swing at our baby showers offered by Cadena de Madre. Forget those peanuts and Cracker Jacks, root for our baby blankets and more. Come slide into home when you receive gift cards for completing Texas Health Steps checkups and attending postpartum visits on time. Don't miss a play. Restrictions and limits may apply. Visit DriscollHealthPlan.com.
Laredo Sports Medicine Clinic, the official team doctors of your Laredo Lemurs. Now with 2 convenient locations to better serve you. Our north location is located at 9652 McPherson Road, Suite 12. Our south location is located at 5102 State Highway 359. Laredo Sports Medicine offers an array of services from physical therapy to our newest service, orthopedic surgery. Laredo Sports Medicine Clinic is changing orthopedic care 1 athlete at a time. Visit our website at laredosportsmed.com for more information.
There's a reason why Popeyes creates some of the best tasting chicken in the world. We were born in New Orleans, Louisiana, the land of good fun and great cooking. Spicy flavor is a way of life in New Orleans, and everything we make reflects it. From our Popeyes bona fide chicken and handcrafted tenders to our home-style mashed potatoes with Cajun gravy and our soft buttery biscuits, everything we make is made with care and served up fresh. Only at Popeyes.
The Chop House Cheddar Burger is back at Whataburger.
First of all, you stole the large.
Geraldo Valentin at the plate. Kyle DeVore still on the mound, throwing high for a ball, 1-0. Valentin had a 1-0 count on him when the inning ended last inning, as Oscar Mesa was thrown out at second base for getting too big of a lead by the catcher Jesus Poso. Pitched down and away. 2-0 the count. Valentin, a former member of the Amarillo Sox/Thunderheads last couple of seasons. DeVore winds and delivers. On the outside corner, called a strike, 2-1. DeVore in his third inning of work here tonight. We've seen him throw multiple innings in each of his appearances this season. Through 3 innings against Lincoln, swings in a tapper towards the mound just off to the right side of it. DeVore coming off, throwing to first, retiring Valentin. So DeVore, through 3 innings in his last outing, an inning and a 2/3 in his first outing, and now into his third inning of work here in the 8th. And if the Lemurs don't score at least 2 runs in the 9th, then that'll be it for the Lemurs. And DeVore will finish the ball game. Although there is someone, looks like, throwing in the Lemurs pen maybe. I can only see an arm and a head kind of standing up in the bullpen area. And the pitch up high for a ball. Does look like a righty out there, though. But I can't tell who it is for the life of me. 1-0 the count to Charlie Valerio, who is 0 for 2 in the ball game. A sac fly, and the 1-0 pitch called a strike. 1 ball and 1 strike. So 1 inning, and really, in fact, a span of 4 batters is the difference right now for the Lemurs, as they had 2 outs and no one on in the second against the Blasters. The Blasters at the plate, and Blasters ended up scoring 3 runs that inning. Pitch popped up, left side down the line in foul territory, and it'll go out of play. And the count 1-2. And just like last night, 1 inning really dooming the Lemurs. Last night it was the second inning in which the Blasters scored 4 runs. And tonight it was also the second inning where the Blasters scored 3 runs. So if we could just not play the second inning each of these 2 ball games, or at least the bottom of the second, the Lemurs would have won the first 2 games. But a bad second in each ball game right now is cost the Lemurs. There's a little flare to shallow left. It'll fall in for a hit for Valerio. His first hit of the ball game, going the opposite way, just dropping it right between the third baseman, Valera, as he tried to run out there to make the catch, and Morrison, the left fielder.
For your left fielder, number 2, Willie Cabrera.
Willie Cabrera to the plate. Left fielder 0 for 3 in the ball game today. He struck out in the 5th, grounded out in the 1st and in the 3rd. Could use another ground out here. It could potentially be a double play. Cabrera not necessarily the fastest of runners. There is Valerio. There's a swing and a hopper off the mound, but it's right to Pulfer, the second baseman, who's playing behind the bag at second. And there is that aforementioned double play. A 4 unassisted to 3 double play. That'll end the inning. We go to the top of the 9th, last chance for the Lemurs as they come to the plate trailing 4-2 to the Blasters.
There's a reason why Popeyes creates some of the best tasting chicken in the world. We were born in New Orleans, Louisiana, the land of good fun and great cooking. Spicy flavor is a way of life in New Orleans, and everything we make reflects it. From our Popeyes bona fide chicken and handcrafted tenders to our home-style mashed potatoes with Cajun gravy and our soft, buttery biscuits, everything we make is made with care and served up fresh. Only at Popeyes.
The Chop House Cheddar Burger is back at Whataburger.
First of all, you start with a large bun, 2 patties,
Shredded cheddar cheese.
A creamy sauce.
Creamy steak sauce.
My personal favorite part is the onions, the grilled onions and bacon.
Grilled perfection.
It's good stuff. Love it.
You take a bite. It's hard to describe. It's hard to put into words.
The Chop House Cheddar Burger.
Chop House Cheddar Burger. It's back.
I don't have anything else to compare it to. It's the best out there, I think.
The Chop House Cheddar Burger is back.
Only at Whataburger and only for a limited time.
Miller invented light beer, the original light Pilsner, and that changed everything. This led to fewer guys with beer bellies, which led to more women attracted to those guys, which led to dates, second dates, wedding bells, and honeymoons, which led to hubba-da, boom, which led to you. Miller Lights, we invented light beer, and you're welcome. 12 ounces contain 96 calories, 3.2 carbs, 1 protein, 0 fat. Great beer, great responsibility. Miller Brewing Company, Milwaukee, Wisconsin.
Core Business Solutions is a proud sponsor of Lemurs Baseball. Core Business Solutions services the 17 southernmost counties of Texas, as well as areas of northern Mexico. They offer a wide range of high-tech solutions for businesses and organizations. Make Core Business Solutions your solution today.
Getting hungry? Popeyes always hits the spot. Make sure to stop by any Popeyes location to try out Popeyes' new Smoky Garlic Chili Chicken Dinner. It includes 4 smoky garlic chicken tenderloins served with Popeyes' new garlic herb dipping sauce, your choice of a signature side, and a buttermilk biscuit for just $4.99. Promotion starts Monday, May 25th.
Chavarrias Plumbing's the #1 choice for any plumbing problem. Chavarrias is a full-service company with up-to-date technology, trained professionals. With over 30 years of service to the community, Chavarrias is still growing strong. Visit chavarriasplumbing.com and go Lemurs!
Right now, when you sign up for a Gold's Gym.
Left field number 35, Ty Morrison.
Ty Morrison leading off the inning, and it'll be against Winston Abreu, the closer for the Joplin Blasters. Abreu on the hill. And it'll be Morrison, Harris, and Poso. Lemurs need a pair of runs to tie this game up here in the top of the ninth. It's 4-2. They trail. And if you haven't been watching SportsCenter, you should turn it on tonight. Pitch outside. I'm sure it'll be on there. There's a play that Adonis Garcia of the Atlanta Braves hit. It was a ball that was bounced to home plate, and he hit it into left field for a single. 1-0 the count to Morrison. Abreu the righty against Morrison the lefty. The pitch on the outside corner called a strike, 1-1. Abreu likes his slider that he throws. So far this season, Abreu has let to allow a run. Just 3 hits in 9 innings. No runs, 2 walks, 16 strikeouts, 8 outings, 0-0. He has 3 saves on the year. Looking for his 4th here tonight. 1 ball and 2 strikes to count to Morrison after he fouled that last pitch out of play. Abreu from the stretch fires plateward, swung on it again, fouled out of play. Left side. Count still 1-2. Abreu towing the rubber. Due on deck, Devin Harris for the Lemurs. Abreu with the 1-2 pitch, grounder up the middle, hard hit ball, it's through into center. Morrison with a single here to lead off the ninth for the Lemurs. Abreu last night walked a batter, but that was Drew Martinez. He ended up getting caught stealing. He faced just 2 batters last night and had 2 strikeouts, Abreu did. Gives up his first hit of the inning to the leadoff man, and now to the plate, Devin Harris. Harris, who's got some pop in his bat, that's for sure. Average around 15 or so home runs a year in his affiliated career. He can definitely put the wall into the gap and over the wall. Abreu from the stretch, Morrison at second. Lemurs need a pair of runs to keep the ball game alive and force the bottom of the ninth. The pitch, swing and a miss. The slider, as devastating as it is, could not be found there by Harris. Harris 0 for 2 with an RBI today. He had a sac fly in the second. Lemurs trailing 4-2. They got a run in the second and a run in the third. They're going to need 2 runs here in the ninth, at least. Abreu on the mound, and time was called at the plate by Harris. Abreu's been around a long time, a former big leaguer with the Orioles. Was excellent last year. Morrison getting a lead, 0-1 the count. Infield at double play depth right now. Shortstop Soto playing a little bit more to the left. So giving some respect to the pool abilities of Devin Harris. And the third baseman definitely playing the line over there. That's Morales. Pitch high for a ball. 1 ball and 1 strike. So after time is called a couple of times at the plate by Harris, finally a pitch is thrown. Or a second pitch is thrown, but it was between pitches. 1 ball and 1 strike to count. Still some fans hanging around here at the ballpark in the 9th inning of this 2-run ball game. 1-1, the pitch from Abreu, a swing and a miss. Pitch was down and away. Another slider. Harris waving, and he's down, a ball and 2 strikes. Lemurs trying to avoid losing their 2nd straight series on this road trip. They lost the series in Lincoln 3-1. This a 3-game series after losing last night. Obviously tonight would guarantee the Blasters a series win, and tomorrow the Joplin will be going for a sweep. 1-2 delivery. Harris swings, fouls it off the screen. It actually hit the screen and then went over the screen. Count still a ball and 2 strikes to the DH today for Laredo. Waiting on deck, Jesus Poso, who does have some pop in his bat as well. The runner on first, 1 hit could change this ball game if it's the kind that gets over the outfield wall. You know, a home run. 1-2 the count. Abreu peering in, gets his sign from his catcher Valerio. Morrison over at first getting his lead. Abreu with the 1-2 pitch, swinging a hard hit ball towards the hole on the left side, and that's through. So each hitter here to start off the inning gets a single. Single for Morrison and a single by Harris, and guess what? Devin Harris has a hit now. Certainly the best ball game for him in a Lemurs uniform. He is 1 for 3 with a sac fly tonight. Jesus Poso to the plate. On deck, Alvaro Rondon. Still no outs on the inning. Now the tying run is on base for the Lemurs. It's Harris over at first. Of course, you wouldn't really pinch run for anyone. The only option you would have would be Matt Coach or a pitcher right now, as far as what the Lemurs have available on their active roster who is not in the game. Lemurs down to 10 position players, and you bat 9 of them with a DH. No outs, runners on first and second. Poso squaring to bunt, pushed both runners in scoring position. The pitch up and out of the zone, 1-0. Certainly a sac bunt here. You put both runners in scoring position and make things even more of a tough situation. Added to that, you also take away a double play possibility. 1-0 the count, assuming Poso's going to still be bunting. He's not squaring yet. Abreu from the stretch. Now Poso squares. It is bunted down the third baseline. It'll be foul. 1 ball and 1 strike now to the catcher for the Lemurs, Jesus Poso. Panda trying to get that bunt down here for the Lemurs. Abreu still hasn't given up a run yet this year. 9 shutout innings. So in order to keep this game going, or to win the game, Lemurs are going to have to score a run against a guy who hasn't given one up yet. Poso squaring to bunt. The pitch fouled back to the screen. So with a count 1-2, Poso likely not bunting anymore. Trying to remember who it was. Last couple of years I saw someone bunt with 2 strikes multiple times in a series. I want to say he played for the Saints. I don't recall who it was. 1-2. Poso likely, though, swinging away here. And they weren't even in sack bunt situations necessarily when I saw it last year. Runners on first and second. They get their leads. Corners are still in, though, on Poso. Here comes the pitch. Poso not squaring. He'll swing and hit one high and deep to right, but foul and out of play. Count still 1-2. So Poso's been able to swing and make contact with the pitch there. See if he can put one in fair territory and get a 3rd straight base hit for the Lemurs. 1-2. Abreu looking back at second. Both the middle infielders inching towards the bag. Pitch in the dirt. Runners will advance as it gets past Valerio. Wild pitch, advancing both runners. So the sack bunt not working now works into the Lemurs' favor. They have 2 men in scoring position. A 2-2 count to Poso. Still no out. So now Poso, all he needs to do is hit a fly ball into the outfield, and you can drive in Morrison and get the ball game within 1 run. 2 balls, 2 strikes to count to Poso. Big opportunity for the Lemurs, as they'll have 3 outs to drive in 2 men that are in scoring position. Break-even pitch, swing and a pop foul over the screen. Count still even, 2 balls, 2 strikes. Lemurs making Abreu work here this inning. Back-to-back singles, followed by a wild pitch, and Poso with a 2-2 count, having fouled off a few pitches already in the at-bat. Abreu trying to retire Poso. Poso trying to come up big here in the ballgame. Abreu from the stretch, another 2-2 delivery in the dirt, ball 3, down and away. Poso trying to use the power of the Panda here. Poso with runners in scoring position this season, batting .400 in his 15 at-bats. And with the bases loaded, 7 at-bats, he's batting .286 with 5 RBIs. And in case you were wondering, well, bases aren't loaded right now, so that point is moot. But with runners in scoring position and 2 outs, he's also hitting .750, which should be 1 for 4, since he only had 4 at-bats with 5 runs batted in. So Poso has been pretty clutch with runners in scoring position this season so far, and he's got 2 of them in scoring position right now. Big opportunity for the Lemurs catcher. 3 balls, 2 strikes, bases loaded. Alvaro Rondon at the plate next. We'll take a walk here. Definitely would prefer a base hit to drive in a run, possibly 2. Abreu from the stretch, hands at the shoulders, delivers the payoff pitch, swing and a shallow fly ball to right. That might drop. It does. It's the 3rd single of the inning, and a run will score. Winston Abreu has given up a run. Both runners advance. Morrison crossing the plate. It's a 4-3 ball game. The Lemurs now trail by 1. And Winston Abreu, the usually lockdown reliever, has given up 3 straight singles to Morrison, Harris, and Poso. And it's a 1-run ball game with the go-ahead run standing at first base. And it looks like we will have a pinch runner. And I mentioned there's only our options for the Lemurs pinch running wise. You have a pitcher or you have Matt Coach. And it looks like it will be a pitcher.
Next running, number 25, Ryan Beckman.
And it's Ryan Beckman, who had been coaching first base. Starting pitcher from last night. Beckman out there running the bases. So that would mean Matt Coach, he'll get some work behind the plate. Next inning, should we drive in the runner standing at third base, Alvaro Rondon. No out still in the inning. Right now, the thing you don't want is a double play ball. Rondon has good speed, so turning a double play on him is pretty tough. All you need is a fly ball or a base hit, and you drive in a run. More than likely. Here comes the first pitch to Rondon. He squares around a bunt down the first baseline. It's a beauty. Rondon's going to reach safely on a hit, and a run will score. We're tied up here at Joe Becker Stadium as crossing the plate there is Devin Harris. Harris gets a hit, or his first hit of the season for the Lemurs here this inning. He ends up scoring his first run as a Lemur, and it's to tie the game in the ninth inning here in the top half. Beautiful bunt base hit by Alvaro Rondon, and the Lemurs have runners on first and second. Still no outs. At the plate, top of the order, Drew Martinez. We'll see what Martinez tries to do. Likely will be bunting to push those runners into second and third. Martinez, an excellent bunter. He does square around, pulls it back. It's low, or it's called a strike at the knees. A throw down to second. Ryan Beckman, the pinch runner, diving back into the bag. It's probably a pretty smart move by Valerio. You have a guy on the base paths who's a pitcher. I don't know the last time Ryan Beckman's ran the bases. Can't have been too recently, but certainly doesn't run the bases often. He's taking a lead there. 0-1 the count. Maybe try and catch a guy who might not be as aware. And that bunt attempt is fouled off back into the glove of the catcher, and the count 0-2 to Martinez. So no balls and 2 strikes. The count to the Lemurs leadoff hitter Drew Martinez. He'll be swinging away here with 0-2 after trying to bunt the first 2, and he pulled back on one. It was called a strike, and he just nicked the other one. Rondon at first, Beckman at second, the pitch runner. Abreu from the hill. He's looking for a big strikeout. And the pitch, game tied at 4. Pitch outside and low. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Get a break and change the scoreboard here on the stream. One and 2, the count to Martinez. The pitch from Abreu, swing and a miss, strike 3. So Martinez retired, 1 out on the inning.
Now batting the second baseman, number 10, J.D. Pulver.
J.D. Pulver to the plate for the Lemurs. Score 4-4. Two men on. J.D. Pulver in search of his second hit of the ball game. 1 for 4 in the game. 1 away. Pitch swung on and foul back to the screen. 0-1. Score is tied at 4, so we will be playing a bottom of the 9th. We'll see who comes out to pitch for the Lemurs. You've had Kyle DeVore throw 3 innings of relief already. 3 shutout innings of relief. Nice work by DeVore here in the ball game. But 3 innings is the most he's thrown. He threw 3 innings in his last outing against Lincoln a few days ago. 0-1 the pitch here to J.D., or the count to J.D. Pulver. Abreu from the stretch with the delivery, and it's taken at the knees for a strike. 0-2. On deck, Cesar Valera for the Lemurs. Pulver last night had a hit. He was 1 for 4. He struck out twice. Already struck out once here tonight, 1 for 4 already on the evening. He was hit by a pitch yesterday as well. Abreu with the 0-2 pitch to Pulfer. Takes in the dirt, and it's a 1-2 count. Lemurs hoping for another big hit to drive in Beckman from second, who came on to pinch run for Jesus Poso. One out on the inning. Rondon at first, Beckman at second. Certainly a lot of speed with Rondon. I'm sure Beckman has decent speed. You wouldn't pinch run a slow pitcher. You pinch run the fastest pitcher. 1-2, the count. Abreu with the pitch. Pulfer swinging, hitting a little bouncer towards the second baseman, Glasser. He'll field it and go to first with it. So 2 outs now in the inning, but 2 runners in scoring position, so not a worst-case scenario there for the Lemurs. Worst-case scenario would have been a double play ball to end the inning. So they push both runners up. You have Rondon at second and Beckman at third. Cesar Valera at the plate. Lemurs with the go-ahead run just 90 feet away now, but 2 outs in the inning. Waiting on deck, the ever-dangerous Dennis Phipps. You know, if Phipps gets a chance at the plate, he's going to try to make the most of it, seeing as he's 0 for 1 with a strikeout. Been walked twice and been hit by a pitch once. Valera, 2 for 4 today. A double, a single, a strikeout on the night. He'll take down on the outside corner at the edge of the strike zone for a called strike, 0-1. 4-4 the score. Lemurs with 9 hits in the ball game. Blasters with 7. But we're all tied here at Joe Becker Stadium in the top of the 9th. Laredo with a pair of runners in scoring position. No one at first. Rondon at second, Beckman at third. Winston Abreu kicks, delivers, and the pitch is swung on and missed in the dirt. Chased by Valera, 0-2. Winston Abreu hadn't given up a run all season until tonight. He's given up 2 already tonight. After the inning started with 4 straight singles. Morrison, Harris, Poso, and Rondon. 0-2 the count to Valera. Third baseman for the Lemurs. Took his time out of the box as he mentally prepares himself here for the 0-2 pitch from Winston Abreu. Trying to keep this inning alive, give the Lemurs a lead. The delivery. Swing and a miss. There's strike 3. Abreu, after giving up 4 straight singles, retires the next 3 hitters. And we're tied going to the bottom of the 9th here in Joplin. 4-4, Lemurs and Blasters.
Membership, you'll get tons of extras completely free. Confidence, free. Compliments from your coworkers, free. And the desire to wear tiny bathing suits, you guessed it, free. You'll be stronger with extras, and you'll be stronger with Gold's Gym. Know your own strength. Tiny bathing suit not included.
Before your Memorial Day party gets going, drive over to Ashley Furniture Home Store this week for our best Memorial Day sale ever. Get dramatic price reductions store-wide or no interest until January 2021. Choose from sofas and sectionals, all at unbelievably low prices. Plus find savings on beds and amazing deals on dining rooms. It's our best Memorial Day sale ever, so don't wait. Hurry over to Ashley Furniture Home Store right now. Ashley Furniture Home Store. This is home. 4520 San Bernardo Avenue, Laredo, Texas, 956-712-2401. Subject to credit approval. Minimum monthly payments required. See store for details.
For all of your vehicle collision repair and paint needs, there's only one place to turn: Mike's Paint Place. Mike's Paint Place has computerized color matching and digital imaging. They also do full frame and suspension repairs. Stop by and see Mike's Paint Place today at 6410 Polaris Drive in Laredo.
Hey, ¿tienes algo que celebrar? ¿Que le salió el primer diente a tu hijo? ¿Que tu abuelita aprendió a tuitear? ¿Que cambiaste tu cheque? La respuesta es la misma. Pues un carnesazo. No importa lo que estés celebrando, lo que importa es que lo celebres. Pues con un carnesazo de H-E-B. En H-E-B encuentras gran variedad de cortes a precios bajos y de buena calidad. Carnesazo. Carne asada con ganas solo en H-E-B.
Falcon Bank and the Laredo Lemurs are a winning combination. At Falcon, they know what counts: personalized service, attention to detail, and genuine commitment to helping customers achieve their dreams. Falcon Bank, guided by faith, grounded by family, and committed to you. Quench your thirst at a Lemurs game with a beverage from Southern Distributing Company. Try mainstays like Miller Lite, Miller 64, and Coors Original, or reach for a Red's Apple Ale or Leinenkugel. Batch 19's the newcomer, a pre-prohibition beer inspired by the last batches of beer brewed before 1919.
Texas Outlaw Grill is a proud sponsor of your Laredo Lemurs, specializing in outlaw delicacies such as the Texican, the Gringo, and the Bandit Hot Dog and their ever-famous barbecue burger. Be the first to try their groundbreaking Cabrito Hamburger and Cabrito Hot Dog. For all to-go orders, catering, and fundraising information, go by 5209 Springfield Suite number 4 or call 956-771-1919. That's Texas Outlaw Grill.
We'd like to imagine that if you're listening to this, it's on a radio in a backyard in between innings. The grass was mowed this morning, and the grill smells like heaven. And what do you know? Your friends just arrived with a 24-pack of Miller Lite, along with a few new friends to enjoy them with. Here's hoping we're right, and you're not just stuck in traffic. Here's hoping it's Miller time.
Great beer, great responsibility. 2015 Miller Brewing Company, Milwaukee, Wisconsin.
Hey, ¿tienes algo que celebrar? ¿Que por fin compraste carro nuevo? ¿Que cambiaste tu cheque? ¿Que hoy empieza tu fin de semana? ¿O que hoy se...
So the Blasters go to their closer in the ninth inning, and he gives up a pair of runs, the first he's given up all year. Jeff Inman has given up some runs for the Lemurs this year, but he's still one of the best closers in the league as he comes in with a 2.13 ERA, a 1-0 record, and 6 saves this season. First pitch to Will Soto, a called strike. 0-1 the count to Soto, who is 0 for 3 in the ball game. So Inman on the hill, facing off against the 6, 7, 8 hitters in a tie ball game, 4-4, Blasters and Lemurs. Inman, the righty, against Soto, the lefty. Swing, ground ball, right side, but it's grabbed, backhanded by Nieves, the first baseman. He'll flip to Inman, out number 1 here in the ninth. Inman, a former member of the Pirates organization, played with Indianapolis and Altoona last year, the Indianapolis Indians AAA, and the Altoona Curve AA for the Pirates. 6'3", 200 pounds, out of Stanford University. Corey Morales to the plate now for the Joplin Blasters. Lemurs trying to get their first win of the series here in Joplin and force a rubber match tomorrow. Regardless, we will play tomorrow. But if they win tonight, they'll have a chance to win the series tomorrow. The pitch just outside to Corey Morales, 1-0. In to catch, by the way, Matt Coach. He actually had to bring all of his stuff over from the bullpen where he'd been catching the guys warming up, the relievers. 1-0 the count. Pitch swung on, grounded right side. Pull for the second baseman. You have to range over, slinging it to first. And there's out number 2. Inman goes 2 up, 2 down with Soto and Morales. Now Alberto Castillo to the plate. 0 for 2 with a walk in the game and a run scored. As Inman tries to have a scoreless ninth and force extra innings. Could we have some free baseball here in Joplin tonight? It's been a while since we had an extra inning game. We had a bunch of hop and clap here at the ballpark. 1-1 pitch, swing and a little bouncer back to the mound. Inman will field it, trot halfway to first, underhand, and there's a 3 up, 3 down inning. All 3 ground outs here in the ninth. We're going to the 10th in Joplin. Lemurs to the plate with their 4, 5, 6 hitters in the 10th, tied with the Blasters at 4.
Hey, ¿tienes algo que celebrar? ¿Que por fin compraste carro nuevo? ¿Que cambiaste tu cheque? ¿Que hoy empieza tu fin de semana? ¿O que hoy se acaba tu novela y mañana empieza otra? La respuesta es la misma, pues un carnesazo. No importa lo que estés celebrando, lo que importa es que lo celebres, pues con un carnesazo de H-E-B. El carnesazo de H-E-B es una pachanga de sabor. Solo tienes que invitar a los compadres, prender la parrillita, ponerle unas fajitas, costillitas, chuletitas, salchichitas y, ¿por qué no?, hasta un pollo mariposita. Y que no se te olvide la musiquita y hasta una buena bailadita para un gran carnezazo. En H-E-B encuentras gran variedad de cortes a precios bajos y de buena calidad. Carnezazo, carne asada con ganas, solo en H-E-B.
Uni-Trade continues to provide solutions in foreign trade through a highly satisfactory customs brokerage service. Uni-Trade has quality trained personnel devoted to the highest level of customer service. For all your transportation, distribution, and consolidation needs, it's Uni-Trade.
Texas Outlaw Grill is a proud sponsor of your Laredo Lemurs, specializing in outlaw delicacies such as the Texican, the Gringo, and the Bandit hot dog and their ever-famous barbecue burger. Be the first to try their groundbreaking Cabrito hamburger and Cabrito hot dog. For all to-go orders, catering, and fundraising information, go by 5209 Springfield Suite number 4 or call 956-771-1919. That's Texas Outlaw Grill.
Now batting the right fielder, number 55, Dennis Phipps.
Dennis Phipps leading off the inning as we are in the top of the 10th. Lemurs and Blasters tied at 4. Jose Ortega on the mound for the Blasters. Dennis Phipps swings the first pitch he sees, pops it up, foul territory to the right side and out of play, 0-1. Phipps today, his first 3 plate appearances, didn't record in at bat. He was walked, scored a run, then was hit by a pitch, and then walked again. He struck out in the 8th inning looking. Jose Ortega on the hill for the Blasters delivers, swing and a foul back to the screen. As Phipps was late on that pitch. Ortega so far this season 0-2 with an ERA of a 5.40. 8 appearances, 10 innings pitched for Ortega. He throws some pretty solid heat. The pitch, swinging a hard bouncer towards second, shortstop with it. Soto, he'll throw to first, and it'll get Phipps 6-3 the putout. And there's one away, bringing Abel Nieves to the plate. He'll be followed by Ty Morrison, the man who started things off for the Lemurs in that 9th inning where they scored 2 runs. Lemurs entered the 9th inning down 4-2 to the Blasters, facing a guy in Winston Abreu who had yet to give up a run through 9 innings pitched out of the pen for Joplin this year. The Lemurs let things off that inning with Morrison. He would single. Devin Harris would also single. Then Jesus Pozo would try to bunt them over, but with 2 strikes, he would fail to do so, fouling off a couple of pitches. And Nieves hits a ground ball right to the second baseman Glasser, and he's retired 4-3 on the putout. 2 away. Here in the top of the 10th, Ty Morrison to the plate. Pozo would eventually single. Alvaro Rondon would drop down a beautiful bunt, driving in a run. Actually, on a wild pitch, a run would score. Sorry, no, on Pozo's single, a run scored. And the Lemurs still had 2 men on, but the next 3 batters, 2 of them would strike out, 1 would ground out, and the inning ended. Pitch to Morrison, fouled away, 0-1. Morrison does have some pop in his bat, saw him in batting practice. He hit one off the scoreboard today, out there in right field. 2 outs, no one on here in the top of the 10th, so he can certainly turn on a pitch if he gets the opportunity. The pitch from Ortega outside for a ball. A ball and a strike now the count to Morrison. If you're just tuning in, the Blasters scored 3 runs in the second after scoring a run in the first. Lemurs had a run in the second and 2 in the third. And there was no run scored the rest of the way until the 9th when Laredo plated 2. There's a swing and a foul ball left side and out of play. Count now 1 ball and 2 strikes to Morrison. On deck is Devin Harris, should Morrison reach. Ortega nods as he throws from the stretch, arms at the chest, fires plateward, goes down looking, does Morrison, as that's a called strike 3. We go to the bottom of the 10th, still tied at 4 here in Joplin.
Hey, ¿tienes algo que celebrar? ¿Que por fin compraste carro nuevo? ¿Que cambiaste tu cheque? ¿Que hoy empieza tu fin de semana? ¿O que hoy se acaba tu novela y mañana empieza otra? La respuesta es la misma, pues un carnesazo. No importa lo que estés celebrando, lo que importa es que lo celebres, pues con un carnesazo de H-E-B. El carnesazo de H-E-B es una pachanga de sabor. Solo tienes que invitar a los compadres, prender la parrillita, ponerle unas fajitas, costillitas, chuletitas, salchichitas y, ¿por qué no?, hasta un pollo mariposita. Y que no se te olvide la musiquita y hasta una buena bailadita para un gran carnesazo. En H-E-B encuentras gran variedad de cortes a precios bajos y de buena calidad. Carnesazo, carne asada con ganas, solo en H-E-B. Hey, ¿tienes algo que celebrar? ¿Que por fin compraste carro nuevo? ¿Que cambiaste tu cheque? ¿Que hoy empieza tu fin de semana? ¿O que hoy se acaba tu novela y mañana empieza otra? La respuesta es la misma, pues un carnesazo. No importa lo que estés celebrando, lo que importa es que lo celebres, pues con un carnesazo de H-E-B. El carnesazo de H-E-B es una pachanga de sabor. Solo tienes que invitar a los compadres, prender la parrillita, ponerle unas fajitas, costillitas, chuletitas, salchichitas y, ¿por qué no?, hasta un pollo mariposita.
Zach Burling leads off the inning. It's still Jeff Inman out there on the mound for the Lemurs. We're in the bottom of the 10th here in Joplin, Missouri. Burling, it'll be the 9-1-2 hitters for the Blasters. The pitch called a strike, 0-1 from Jeff Inman. Inman got a 1-2-3 ninth inning, all 3 ground outs. One a ground out to the first baseman, then a ground out to the second baseman, and the ground out to Inman himself on the hill. 0-1 pitch, Burling taking down and away for a ball, 1-1. Inman, when it comes to saves, second, actually tied for first in the league with Ryan Rodabaugh and Evan Reed, all 3 with 6. Pitch fouled away. Count 1-2 now to Burling. So 3 guys with 6 saves in the league this season. Currently, Inman one of them. This is not a save situation as the Lemurs are not leading right now. It's still a tie ball game. Laredo trying to force an 11th inning. Inman from the stretch comes set, lifts the Nikes and fires plateward. Down and away. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Burling not chasing that 1-2 pitch. Still a number of fans here at the ballpark hanging around for this extra innings affair here in Joplin. And the 2-2 pitch, Burling swing, and Burling miss. Inman's retired the first 4 batters he's faced here in the ballgame. That's his first strikeout, though. And to the top of the order, Oscar Mesa. Mesa, who is 1 for 2, has been hit by a pitch and walked tonight. To the plate. Mesa, the switch hitter, batting from the left side against the righty Inman. Inman delivers, swing and a bouncer, foul. It'll go over the screen and into the seats there along that first section right there along the field level. 0-1 the count. Now the 0-1 pitch up and in, leaning out of the way is Mesa. A ball and a strike. Lemurs have been pretty successful in extra inning games this season. 1-1 swing and a bouncer down the first baseline. It'll go foul. Count 1-2 to Mesa now. There you go, extra inning games. The Lemurs 2-1 this season in extra inning ball games. Tied with the Texas Airhogs for that record, as well the Fargo-Moorhead Redhawks 2-0 in extra inning games. For the Joplin Blasters, they are 0-2 this season in extra inning ball games, looking there for their first extra innings win. The pitch from Inman to Mesa, down and in. Count now 2 balls and 2 strikes as Inman takes the first 2 hitters to a 2-2 count. Inman got Burling to swing a miss at the 2-2 pitch, though. We'll see what he does here against Oscar Mesa. The break-even pitch, swing, and Mesa makes contact, fouling it back to the screen. Count 2-2 still. Mitch Glasser waiting on deck. Glasser, the man of the day for the Joplin Blasters today. He had a 3-run RBI double in the second. His only hit of the game, though, he's 1 for 3, but it was a big one with 2 outs there in that second inning. So that the deciding hit in the ball game, at least in terms for the biggest hit. The only multi-RBI hit. 2-2 pitch, swing, and a little blooper behind shortstop, running out, making a leaping catch, and then stumbling, but keeping his footing is Rondon. And he flashes the leather yet again this season, as we've seen so often him do. Rondon making play after play out there at either short or second this season for the Lemurs. Another great play.
Your second baseman, number 22, Mitch Glasser.
So the big hitter in terms of he has the highest average on the team, Mitch Glasser to the plate. 3rd in the league in batting average. Here comes the first pitch. Glasser taking down and away for a ball, 1-0. 9 hits in the game for the Lemurs, 7 for the Blasters. Score tied at 4 here in the bottom of the 10th. The 1-0 pitch is low, and it's now 2-0. Following Glasser is Geraldo Valentin. Valentin, who is 2 for 4 in the ball game. 2-0 the count here to Glasser. Inman from the stretch delivers. Swing, ground ball towards Rondon at short. Taps the glove, drops down, fields it, throws to first. And that ends the inning. Another 3-up, 3-down inning for Jeff Inman. He retires 6 straight batters, and we go on marching to the 11th inning here in Joplin. Lemurs to the plate as they're tied at 4 with the Blasters.
Que no se te olvide la música.
South Texas families never strike out with Driscoll Health Plan. Catch the value-added services we pitch to our Medicaid members. Enjoy a free membership to specific boys and girls clubs. Receive gift cards for completing Texas healthcare checkups. Restrictions and limitations may apply. Visit us at DriscollHealthPlan.com.
Driscoll Health Plan loads the bases with value. We knock it out of the park with all the value-added services we bring to our Medicaid members. Driscoll families cheer on the Grand Slam packages, sports physicals, free memberships to boys and girls clubs, and dental care for pregnant women over 21. Take a swing at our baby showers offered by Cadena de Madre. Forget those peanuts and Cracker Jacks, root for our baby blankets and more. Come slide into home when you receive gift cards for completing Texas Health Steps checkups and attending postpartum visits on time. Don't miss a play. Restrictions and limits may apply. Visit DriscollHealthPlan.com.
Chavarria's Plumbing's the #1 choice for any plumbing problem. Chavarria's is a full-service company with up-to-date technology, trained professionals. With over 30 years of service to the community, Chavarria's is still growing strong. Visit chavarriasplumbing.com and go Lemurs!
Falcon Bank and the Laredo Lemurs are a winning combination. At Falcon, they know what counts. Personalized service, attention to detail, and genuine commitment to helping customers achieve their dreams. Falcon Bank, guided by faith, grounded by family, and committed to you.
Hitter number 33, Devin Harris.
Devin Harris leads off the inning for the Lemurs. Harris, the right-handed batter against the right-handed pitcher, Jose Ortega, out there for a second inning of work. Ortega had a 3-up, 3-down 10th. He's out there for the 11th. First pitch to Harris, a called strike. Ortega struck out one batter in that inning. Back on for another. 0-1 the count to Harris, who is definitely having better at-bats today than he's had in his first couple of games with the Lemurs. 1 for 3 with a run scored and an RBI. He had a sac fly in the second inning and a single in the 9th. He ended up scoring that tying run for the Lemurs. 4-4 score in the 11th, a swing and a miss. Count 1-2 to Harris now. Lemurs still tied at 4. Ortega from the stretch. The 1-2 swing and a foul back to the screen. Count remaining 1-2 to Harris. One ball, 2 strikes, Ortega. Harris looking for a big hit here. Breaking ball high. 2-2. Ball just hung up there, didn't drop into the zone, and wisely laying off of it, there was Harris. The DH tonight. He played the field in his first game with the Lemurs back in Lincoln. 2-2 pitch, swing and a foul back at the plate. Must have hit either off of Harris or Ortega, the way that ball went down in the dirt. Couldn't tell. It was being blocked by the umpire and the catcher. Count still 2-2. Harris, though, getting a piece. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Harris taking his time getting back in as he prepares himself for the break-even pitch here from Ortega, and it comes. Swing and a line drive to center. It's falling quickly, and it's a second hit for Harris. What I say, you just got to get that first one, and then the others just keep on coming. You got that RBI sac fly, then 2 outs, then he got a hit in the 9th, now a hit here in his next at-bat in the 10th.
Now batting the catcher, number 14, Matt Coach.
So the go-ahead run standing at first base after the single by Devin Harris. He's got 2 big hits tonight. At the plate, Matt Coach. First at-bat of the ball game for him. He came in replacing Jesus Poso, squares around a bunt to push that runner to second, but it's up and in. He ducks 1-0. I say he replaces Poso. Poso singled, and then they pinch ran for Poso with Ryan Beckman. So he essentially replaces Beckman, but they weren't going to put a starting pitcher behind the plate to catch, especially when you have your regular starting catcher available. So Coach in to catch, first time tonight at the dish. 1-0, Coach squaring around a bunt. It's a good one down the first baseline. Ortega will grab it himself and tag Coach. Coach tries to do a little spin move as if he's a running back in the NFL to avoid it, but maybe if he was a running back in the NFL, he'd been able to. He gets tagged out, 1 unassisted, but he does his job with the sac bunt, pushing Devin Harris up to second base. So 1 out. And runner on second. Rondon 1 for 4, but his 1 hit was in the 9th inning. He dropped down a beautiful bunt to the right side of the infield, pulling Castillo off the bag at first, and the pitcher Abreu wasn't even close to covering the bag, and there was no play. Castillo just pretty much picked it up and said, well, not making this play, and everyone was safe. Rondon taking low for a ball, 1-0. Corners are playing a little bit in as they are anticipating a potential bunt by Rondon. He has tried multiple times to lay down bunts for hits, and he's been somewhat successful this season. But if you play in on him, he'll drop one right over your head as well on the corners. 1-0 pitch, down and away, 2 balls, no strikes. Go-ahead run standing at second. Game tied at 4. Devin Harris for the Lemurs, the batter or the runner at second base. Two 2-0 the count. Ortega. Runner getting a lead. And the 2-0. Swing and a miss. A big swing by Rondon, but he couldn't find it. Waiting on deck is Drew Martinez. Only question is, will there be 1 out or will there be 2 outs when he comes to the plate? Provided an unconventional double play isn't turned. 2-1 delivery. Swing and a foul away right side. And then it'll get up and out of play, landing in the parking lot. Or maybe the road that runs along the side of the stadium. Count 2-2. We are on the top of the 11th, so every run matters here in the ball game. Still tied at 4. The pitch, 2-2, a swing and a miss. There's strike 3. Rondon goes down swinging, and there's now 2 away in the 11th. Top of the order for the Lemurs. Martinez still in search of his first hit of the ball game. He walked to start things off in the game back in the top of the first. But since then, he's 0 for 4. That just means he's due, which is a bad thing for the Blasters. Runner at second, Harris gets his lead. The pitch, Martinez swings and fouls it away. Out of play left side, 0-1. Lemurs just need a hit here to drive in another run, and Ortega didn't like that baseball. He's tossing it back to the catcher, wants a new one. He'll inspect the new baseball and say, this one's good enough. Suits his liking. 0-1 the count. Ortega with the pitch. Martinez, a big swing and a big miss. 0-2. Two outs in the inning. The Lemurs need Martinez to reach base to keep the inning alive. They are still tied, so obviously not needing a run to keep the game alive. 0-2 pitch, swing and a fly ball to left center. Moving over is Cabrera. He'll camp under it, though, and there's the 3rd out of the inning. So the single by Harris goes for naught as he's stranded at second. We go on to the bottom of the 11th here in Laredo. Lemurs and Blasters tied at 4.
Getting hungry? Popeyes always hits the spot. Make sure to stop by any Popeyes location to try out Popeyes' new Smoky Garlic Chili Chicken Dinner. It includes 4 smoky garlic chicken tenderloins served with Popeyes' new garlic herb dipping sauce, your choice of a signature side, and a buttermilk biscuit for just $4.99. Promotion starts Monday, May 25th.
The Chop House Cheddar Burger is back at Whataburger.
First of all, you start with a large bun, 2 patties,
Shredded cheddar cheese.
A creamy sauce.
Creamy steak sauce.
My personal favorite part is the onions, the grilled onions and bacon.
Grilled perfection.
It's good stuff. Love it.
You take a bite. It's hard to describe. It's hard to put into words.
The Chop House Cheddar Burger.
Chop House Cheddar Burger. It's back.
I don't have anything else to compare it to. It's the best out there, I think.
The Chop House Cheddar Burger is back.
Only at Whataburger and only for a limited time.
We'd like to imagine that if you're listening to this, it's on a radio in a backyard in between innings. The grass was mowed this morning, and the grill smells like heaven. And what do you know? Your friends just arrived with a 24-pack of Miller Lite, along with a few new friends to enjoy them with. Here's hoping we're right, and you're not just stuck in traffic. Here's hoping it's Miller time.
Great beer, great responsibility. 2015 Miller Brewing Company, Milwaukee, Wisconsin.
Before your Memorial Day party gets going, drive over to Ashley Furniture Home Store this week for our best Memorial Day sale ever. Get dramatic price reductions store-wide or no interest until January 2021. Choose from sofas and sectionals, all at unbelievably low prices. Plus find savings on beds and amazing deals on dining rooms. It's our best Memorial Day sale ever, so don't wait. Hurry over to Ashley Furniture Home Store right now. Ashley Furniture.
New pitcher in the ballgame for the Lemurs, so Inman throws 2 innings.
Blaster band, let's welcome up your
That's all he'll have.
Number 12, Geraldo Valentin.
Geraldo Valentin. So Usui, right-handed pitcher. Valentin at the plate. The pitch, righty versus righty on the outside corner, called a strike, 0-1. So Inman throws 2 innings, faces 6 batters, and he goes 6 up and 6 down. Bottom of the 11th, tied at 4. Usui fires. Ground ball softly hit to the shortstop, Rondon. He'll fire high to first, but not too high. And it's a 6-3 putout, out number 1. Usui this season, he's been excellent for the Lemurs out of the pen. In fact, he has the lowest ERA of any bullpen pitcher for Laredo. 11 outings this season for him, all out of the bullpen. 0-1 with a 1.59 ERA, 11 1/3 innings pitched. He's given up 3 runs, 2 earned on 5 hits, just 3 walks and 12 strikeouts. Kamakani Usui this season. Usui, the righty, against now the left-handed hitting, switch hitting, Charlie Valerio, who is batting from the left side. But you know what? That doesn't really matter to Usui because he's effective against both lefties and righties. Usui from the stretch again, the 0-1, down and away. It'll bounce and actually go back to the screen. Against righties this year, Usui is expectedly very good. He has an opponent batting average of a 148. Out of his 28 batters faced, he's given up just 4 hits. But he's even better against lefties. There's a swing and a miss. Count now 1-2. And how can you be better than a 148? He's a 148. He's a 111 batting average against lefties. In just 11 batters, he's only given up 1 hit to a lefty. But he's kind of the right-handed lefty specialist. Pitch outside for a ball. Lemurs with only 1 lefty out of the bullpen, that being Harold Guerrero. Usui is certainly the best right-handed pitcher against lefties this season for the Lemurs. Guerrero, though, even better against lefties, of course, with an 0.95 opponent batting average. The pitch from Usui up high for a ball. 3 balls, 2 strikes, full count. So Usui pretty much equally as good against righties and lefties this season for the Lemurs. He does not give up many hits. 3 balls, 2 strikes, full count, 1 out, no one on. Swing and a miss. There's strike 3. And Usui's dominance against lefties continues this season. The Lemurs bullpen has been excellent here tonight. Starting with Kyle DeVore. DeVore threw 3 shutout innings. Then you had 2 shutout innings from Jeff Inman, and now Kamakani Usui, 2 up and 2 down in the 11th. Nine straight batters retired. Pitch called a strike, 0-1. Trying to make it 10 for the Lemurs bullpen. The 0-1 pitch, swinging a fly ball right side, foul territory, and it'll get out of play. Cabrera is the batter, Willie. He is 0 for 4 in the ball game. 2 ground outs. Well, 3 ground outs. One of them, though, was a double play and a strikeout. He's down 0-2 here. No one on, 2 outs. We're in the bottom of the 11th. And last year when we were in the 11th inning, we started the international tiebreaker rules, where whoever was the last batter the inning before, starting in the 11th inning, as the 0-2 comes in, Cabrera taking high for a ball, that person would start at second base. This season, they got rid of that rule. They had done it the year before in 2014 in the Can-Am League. And they decided to bring it over to the American Association 2 last season. But every player, coach, manager that I talked to last year, or that I heard just talking about it, they all hated it. 1-2 pitch in the dirt, 2 balls, 2 strikes. Of course, I liked it. Made the game a little more exciting, and usually it made the game shorter at times, as the games wouldn't go much past 11 or 12 innings because you'd start with a runner in scoring position. So it came down to who could bring that runner in, which is sometimes harder than you think. Having a runner start on second base with no outs. Most teams would lay down a sac bunt to push him to third, so you'd have 1 out, runner on third. Some teams would let their batters hit away. 2-2 pitch. Swing and a fly ball to center. Coming in is Martinez. He'll have plenty of time to set up shop beneath it and make the catch. 3 up, 3 down for Usui. Here in the 11th, we go on to the 12th inning. Lemurs and Blasters in action in extras here tonight, tied at 4.
Right now, when you sign up for a Gold's Gym membership, you'll get tons of extras completely free. Confidence, free. Compliments from your coworkers, free. And the desire to wear tiny bathing suits, you guessed it, free. You'll be stronger with extras, and you'll be stronger with Gold's Gym. Know your own strength. Tiny bathing suit not included.
There's a reason why Popeyes creates some of the best tasting chicken in the world. We were born in New Orleans, Louisiana, the land of good fun and great cooking. Spicy flavor is a way of life in New Orleans, and everything we make reflects it. From our Popeyes bona fide chicken and handcrafted tenders to our home-style mashed potatoes with Cajun gravy and our soft, buttery biscuits, everything we make is made with care and served up fresh. Only at Popeyes.
Miller invented light beer, the original light Pilsner, and that changed everything. This led to fewer guys with beer bellies, which led to more women attracted to those guys, which led to dates, second dates, wedding bells, and honeymoons, which led to hubbada, boom, which led to you. Miller Lights, we invented light beer, and you're welcome. 12 ounces contain 96 calories, 3.2 carbs, 1 protein, 0 fat. Great beer, great responsibility. Miller Brewing Company, Milwaukee, Wisconsin.
Hey, ¿tienes algo que celebrar? ¿Que le salió el primer diente a tu hijo? ¿Que tu abuelita aprendió a tuitear? ¿Que cambiaste tu cheque? La respuesta es la misma. Pues un carnesazo. No importa lo que estés celebrando, lo que importa es que lo celebres. Pues con un carnesazo de H-E-B. En H-E-B encuentras gran variedad de cortes a precios bajos y de buena calidad. Carnesazo. Carne asada con ganas solo en H-E-B.
For all of your vehicle collision repair and paint needs, there's only one place to turn, Mike's Paint Place. Mike's Paint Place has computerized color matching and digital imaging. They also do full frame and suspension repairs. Stop by and see Mike's Paint Place today at 6410 Polaris Drive in Laredo.
Uni-Trade continues to provide solutions in foreign trade through a highly satisfactory customs brokerage service. Uni-Trade has quality trained personnel devoted to the highest level of customer service. For all your transportation, distribution, and consolidation needs, it's Uni-Trade.
Laredo Sports Medicine Clinic, the official team doctors of your Laredo Lemurs, now with 2 convenient locations to better serve you. Our north location is located at 9652 McPherson Road, Suite 12. Our south location is located at 5102 State Highway 359. Laredo Sports Medicine offers an array of services from physical therapy to our newest service, orthopedic surgery. Laredo Sports Medicine Clinic is changing orthopedic care one athlete at a time. Visit our website at laredosportsmed.com for more information.
J.D. Pulfer leads off the inning for the Lemurs. We're in the top of the 12th here in Joplin. Lemurs trying to break this 4-4 tie. They tied it up in the 9th. 10th and 11th both went by scoreless for each team. Here comes the pitch from the new pitcher, Keith Picht. And it's a called strike, 0-1. So Picked into the game this season, 1-0 with an 0.59 earned run average. 9 appearances, 1 start, 15 and a third innings pitched for Picked this season. 0-1 high for a ball, 1-1 now the count to J.D. Pulfer. Pulfer today 1 for 5 in the ball game with a run scored. He scored on a wild pitch in the third. Here comes the 1-1 from Picked. Breaking ball high that doesn't break, and it's now 2-1. It'll be Pulfer, Valera, and the man the Lemurs won at the plate, Dennis Phipps. Although Phipps today 0 for 2. He has reached 3 times, twice on a walk and once on a hit by pitch. And you have to kind of wonder a little bit, what if the Blasters pitchers had pitched a little more to Phipps today? 2-1, swinging a ground ball hard left side, and it's through. Pulfer with his second hit of the ball game. Leadoff batter aboard for the Lemurs here in the top of the 12th inning. So with Valera at the plate, Valera 2 for 5 in the game with a single and a double today. He's also struck out twice and grounded into a double play. Got to expect a sac bunt to push him over, especially with Phipps on deck. A guy who can definitely drive him in. Picked, delivering. Valera not bunting. Swings and fouls it away left side. Corners were in, expecting the bunt. If he had put it down the line and hit it hard enough, well, might have caught an unsuspecting Morales at third. Gotten it past him, but he fouled it away. If you're tuning in late, runs today. Blasters opened up the scoring in the first inning. Lemurs tied it up in the second with a run of their own. Then Joplin plated 3 runs in the bottom of the second, all on a double by Mitch Glasser with the bases loaded. The 0-1 Valera was bunting, but he pulled it back. It's still called a strike, count 0-2. The Lemurs put another run up in the third as they inched away at the lead, and it was a 4-2 ball game after 3. The Lemurs pitching has been throwing shutout innings ever since that second inning when they gave up 3. That was Scott Garner on the hill. He threw 5 innings tonight for Laredo. Kyle DeVore 3 shutout innings, Jeff Inman 2 shutout innings, and Kamakani Usui so far with his 1 shutout inning. I don't know if we'll see him again or not. Here comes the 0-2. It's on the outside corner, the curveball, called strike 3. Valera goes down looking on 3 pitches. 1 away for the Lemurs at the plate. 9th strikeout of the ball game for the Blasters pitching staff. The Lemurs staff, very un-Laredo-like with 3 strikeouts tonight. Although starter Scott Garner, not really a strikeout guy, more pitch-to-contact type of pitcher. So you don't really expect the high strikeout numbers when he's at the plate. Or not at the plate, but on the mound. Here comes the pitch to Phipps. Called a strike, 0-1. Phipps tonight 0 for 2, a strikeout, a ground out, hit by a pitch, walked twice, and has scored a run once. The center of controversy, or not really controversy, but the center of dispute today. Almost the center of a fight. And if you're just now tuning in, you missed that happening. There's a swing, and a 0-1 is crushed into left field. That ball will hit the wall. Actually, no, it got over the wall. Something hit the back of the wall. Must have just snuck over the wall, and then it hit the back of the wall, pushing the tarp over. I could just see the tarp flashing, and it's a 2-run home run here in the top of the 12th. Lemurs take a 6-4 lead as Dangerous Dennis hits his 3rd home run of the series. He hit 2 yesterday. The bullpen's right behind it, so they must have had the ball probably hit the mound or something right behind the fence and then bounced back into it. I thought it snuck over, but I couldn't quite tell. He crushed that ball, a rocket. Lemurs have their first lead of the ball game. Here comes the first pitch to Abel Nieves. It'll miss for a ball, 1-0. So that Pulfer single huge as Phipps hit the home run. Pulfer scoring. It's a 2-run ball game. Phipps may get the last laugh here tonight. Pitch outside, 2-0. mentioned he was the center of a potential fight. When he scored on a sac fly, took his time scoring. When he got to home plate, he kind of did some fancy little stomping and slowed up right before home plate. I don't think the pitcher Hodges took to that kindly, and he hit Phipps his next plate appearance. Pitch fouled away. Phipps almost charged the mound then. He had some words with Hodges and walked out to the edge of the grass there in front of home plate. And then the next at bat on a 3-1 pitch that just found the outside corner, Phipps started walking towards first before the strike was called, so he had to go back to the batter's box. And my theory is that someone said something to someone else between Phipps and Hodges, pitch outside 3-1, and Phipps started running out to the mound, and he was grabbed by Valerio, the catcher, before he could get there, and benches cleared, but no one threw any punches. 3 balls and 1 strike, no one on, 1 out. Lemurs lead 6-4. Pitch down and away to Nieves, ball 4. So Phipps with his home run here this inning, he'll make it the last laugh against these Blasters here tonight. Let's hope that bullpen for the Lemurs, which has been stellar tonight already, can get through one more inning. They should be pretty well rested. Lemurs pen hasn't been used a ton here lately. As they didn't use the pen at all last night. Ryan Beckman, the starter, went 8 innings as the Lemurs lost last night. There's a fly ball hit to the left, easily caught by Willie Cabrera. The batter was Ty Morrison. First pitch fly out. 2 away, and Devin Harris to the plate. Harris has gotten a hit in each of his last 2 at-bats, including a single in the 9th inning. He ended up scoring a run. His run, the tying run there against the star closer Winston Abreu for the Joplin Blasters. 6-4 the score here in the top of the 12th. 2 outs. Abel Nieves at first base. He's the only runner on right now as Devin Harris digs in against Keith Picht. Picht fires, and it'll get past the catcher Valerio as it bounced into the dirt outside. 1-0 the count, and on the wild offering going up to second base is Nieves, which could be big here. You have a runner in scoring position. There is 2 outs, but now a single could possibly, depending on the type of single, could score Nieves, and now we'll have a mound visit. Kai Arell will come out and make the mound visit. Your pitching coach for the Blasters is Winston Abreu, who already pitched in the ball game. So it would be interesting to see if he would make the mound visit. He's not. After he's the one who actually gave up 2 runs to force extra innings. So him having his worst game of the season tonight. And then the other option for a mound visit, you'd have former big league pitcher, current first baseman Alberto Castillo. But he's playing first base, not really watching from the dugout. 1-0 pitch outside. 2 balls, no strikes, the count to Harris. And Harris, a dangerous hitter, as he's proven throughout his career in affiliated ball in the Giants organization. And it looks like he's finally getting his swing back around here. And it didn't take him too long. This is just his 3rd game. 2-0 pitch, Harris taking down and away, 3 balls and no strikes. It took the Lemurs batters, a lot of them, a solid 3 to 5 games really before they started to feel fully comfortable there at the plate. Harris in his 3rd game with 2 hits tonight and a sac fly, 2 for 4. Runs scored and an RBI. 3-0 the count here. Most likely taking all the way. Nieves getting a lead at second. Picked from the stretch. 3-0 pitch. And it's inside, ball 4. So Harris will walk. His first walk drawn. Second walk of the inning issued by Picked. And Matt Coach to the plate.
Now batting the catcher number 14, Matt Coach.
Coach, who laid down a sac bunt in his first time up today as he came in after Jesus Poso was pinch ran for in the 9th inning. Coach batting .207 with a home run and 11 runs batted in this season so far. Last night, Coach had a single. He was 1 for 4 in the ball game. He singled in the first. So 0 for 0 today as he laid down a sac bunt in his only plate appearance. First pitch on the outside corner, a called strike. 0-1. We have Devin Harris at first base. Abel Nieves at second base. They get their leads 6-4 the score. Lemurs plating 2 runs in the 9th to force extras, and now 2 runs here in the 12th to take their first lead of the ball game. And the 0-1 pitch fouled away by Coach. 0-2. We saw Kamakani Usui pitch the 11th inning. It was a 3-up, 3-down 11th. And 14 pitch inning by my count. Sorry, a 13 pitch inning. There we go. 13 pitch inning in the 11th. So we'll see if Usui comes out for another inning in the 12th or not. 0-2 the count to Coach. Picked. Sets at the stomach. Fires plateward. It's in the dirt. Blocked by Valerio. 1-2 the count. Looking ahead a bit, you'll have the 6, 7, 8 hitters up for the Blasters. I don't see anyone throwing in the Lemurs bullpen. Doesn't mean someone wasn't already. Plus, it's tough to see over that wall and through the fencing there. As I had lost it earlier on Phipps' home run. I saw something hit the wall, and I saw the ball disappear for a second. 1-2 pitch. Coach swings, grounds it back up the middle. Sliding is Glasser to try and make the play, and he'll flip it a second just in time to get Harris. And that'll end the inning. Lemurs strand a pair of runners, but they get a 2-run home run by who else but Dennis Phipps to take a 6-4 lead. Here in the top of the 12th, we go to the bottom. Lemurs lead by 2 over the Blasters.
Core Business Solutions is a proud sponsor of Lemurs Baseball. Core Business Solutions services the 17 southernmost counties of Texas as well as areas of northern Mexico. They offer a wide range of high-tech solutions for businesses and organizations. Make Core Business Solutions your solution today. Core Business Solutions is a proud sponsor of Lemurs Baseball. Core Business Solutions services the 17 southernmost counties of Texas as well as areas of northern Mexico. They offer a wide range of high-tech solutions for businesses and organizations. Make Core Business Solutions your solution today. Quench your thirst at a Lemurs game with a beverage from Southern Distributing Company. Try mainstays like Miller Lite, Miller 64, and Coors Original, or reach for a Red's Apple Ale or Leinenkugel. Batch 19's the newcomer, a pre-prohibition beer inspired by the last batches of beer brewed before 1919.
Before your Memorial Day party gets going, drive over to Ashley Furniture Home Store this week for our best Memorial Day sale ever. Get dramatic price reductions store-wide or no interest until January 2021. Choose from sofas and sectionals, all at unbelievably low prices. Plus find savings on beds and amazing deals on dining rooms. It's our best Memorial Day sale ever, so don't wait. Hurry over to Ashley Furniture Home Store right now. Ashley Furniture Home Store. This is home. 4520 San Bernardo Avenue, Laredo, Texas. 956-712-2401. Subject to credit approval. Minimum monthly payments required. See store for details.
Driscoll Health Plan loads the bases with value. We knock it out of the park with all the value-added services we bring to our Medicaid members. Driscoll families cheer on the Grand Slam packages, sports physicals, free memberships to Boys and Girls Clubs, and dental care for pregnant women over 21. Take a swing at our baby showers offered by Cadena de Madre. Forget those peanuts and Cracker Jacks, root for our baby blankets and more. Come slide into home when you receive gift cards for completing Texas Health Steps checkups and attending postpartum visits on time. Don't miss a play. Restrictions and limits may apply. Visit DriscollHealthPlan.com.
South Texas families never strike out with Driscoll Health Plan. Catch the value-added services we pitch to our Medicaid members. Enjoy a free membership to specific Boys and Girls Clubs. Receive gift cards for completing Texas healthcare checkups. Restrictions and limitations may apply. Visit us at DriscollHealthPlan.com.
For all of your vehicle collision repair and paint needs, there's only one place to turn, Mike's Paint Place. Mike's Paint Place has computerized color matching and digital imaging. They also do full frame and suspension repairs. Stop by and see Mike's Paint Place today at 6410 Polaris Drive in Laredo.
Well, Kamakani Usui's day is done. He throws just an inning of relief. Kind of expected. He hasn't gone too many times over an inning. He'll throw an inning and a third or an inning and two-thirds. But Harold Guerrero out there on the mound to pitch for the Lemurs. Guerrero, the lefty, he'll have two lefties in the lineup to face off against. And the first three batters due up. Will Soto, Corey Morales, Alberto Castillo. Soto and Castillo, both left-handers. We were talking about those lefty-righty splits. Guerrero dominant against left-handed hitters. This season, lefties hitting .095 against Guerrero. First pitch, called a strike, 0-1. Guerrero bringing the heat with the fastball. Guerrero this season overall 1-0 with an ERA of 5.40, 12 appearances, 13 1/3 innings, pitched down and away for a ball. He's got 23 strikeouts in those 13 1/3 innings with 7 walks. When Guerrero's got the strikeouts going, that's when he's at his best. Strikeout pitcher. 1-1 the count. Here comes the pitch. Breaking ball up high. 2 balls and a strike to count to Soto. So Usui goes an inning, gets a strikeout, no hits in a 3-up, 3-down inning. Harold Guerrero, the lefty, on to pitch. The pitch swung on and a bouncer towards Rondon at second. He fields it up near his body. The throw is high. Nieves tries to put the tag on the runner as he had to leap off the bag. And it looked like Soto was on the bag as Nieves put the tag on him. It'll be an infield single, maybe an error. It'll be a single. It was a tough play. It looked like Rondon kind of fielded it into his body, and I could see the baseball on the heel of the glove, so he didn't quite field it cleanly, although it didn't bobble around anywhere, but it wasn't into the webbing of the glove. And so the throw, he probably didn't have quite as great a grip as he could have, and Soto, the shortstop, has some speed. Throw is off. Here comes the pitch to the right-handed batting Corey Morales. Pitch called a strike, 0-1. So runner on first base, no outs. That means the tying run is at the plate. We're in the 12th inning, bottom half. Lemurs took the lead with a 2-run home run off the bat of Dennis Phipps in the top of the 12th. Guerrero from the stretch over at first base, Soto, and there's a throw to first. Soto back easily in time. 0-1 the count right now to Morales, who is 0 for 4 in the ballgame. Oh, 0-1 the count. Guerrero messing around with the mound. And the pitch outside. So the count 1-1 as that pitch missed up and away. We should have finals across the league. There's a swing and a fly ball hit to deep left. Back about maybe 10 feet in front of the warning track, though, was Morrison. He makes the catch. Out number 1. So 1 away. Alberto Castillo to the plate for the Blasters. And I say that, but it looks like we'll have a pinch hitter. It'll be
number 3,
Ronnie Richardson. Richardson pinch hitting. Richardson, who is a right-handed hitter, so they want to go righty versus the lefty, obviously, instead of Castillo. The runner on first. Richardson is first at bat or plate appearance here in the series. He did play in most of the games back in Laredo between these two ball clubs. First pitch low for a ball. Richardson has played in 10 games for the Blasters this season, batting .182. Only 9 of them as he started, though. He has 2 runs batted in and a home run, and no home runs. The pitch to Richardson, swing and a miss. Richardson, who was in the Padres system for a while, was drafted out of the University of Central Florida, where he went to college, a UCF Knight. 1-1 the count. The pitch, Richardson swings, fouls it back off the screen, 1-2. So Richardson coming in cold off the bench here in the bottom of the 12th. One away, Lemurs looking for a double play ball here, although it would be tough. We have Soto, who's got some decent speed at first, and Richardson also pretty quick as an outfielder. 1-2 pitch inside. Just missed Ronnie Richardson, 2-2. Richardson, a guy who is known to get hit by pitches a lot throughout his college days and his minor league career. 2-2 the count. Guerrero with the break-even pitch, a swing and a fly ball out of play right side.
Come on, Blaster fans, let's amp up the noise!
2 balls, 2 strikes, still 1 out. 6-4, Lemurs lead. The break-even pitch again. Called, strike 3. Richardson doesn't like it, and he's going to give it to Cody Lowe, the home plate umpire. And Lowe will take off the mask. Richardson, as he heads back to dugout, will then turn around and have a few more words. Third base coach Kai Arell coming down the line. They try to get Richardson back to the dugout. 2 outs in the inning.
Let's amp up the noise for your right fielder, number
Richardson
1,
thought he had drawn ball 3.
Burling.
Zach Burling to the plate. 2 for 4 in the ball game. But in his last 2 at-bats, 0 for 2. He singled in the second, scored a run, singled in the fourth, and was stranded. The pitch from Guerrero. Burling bunts it back to the screen, 0-1. So you bring in Guerrero to face against the lefties, as there were 2 slated to be up in the inning, but instead of facing off against 2 lefties, Guerrero faces off against 1 lefty, and now is on to his 3rd right-handed batter because of the pinch hit by Ronnie Richardson. 0-1 the count. Guerrero looking back over at first base, fires plateward high with the fastball, 1-1. Of course, you're going to have to expect they might pinch hit one of those lefties, especially Castillo, who hasn't played a ton of games yet this season with a righty. Runner at first base, tying run still represented by the batter. 1-1 the count. The pitch, curveball, finds the zone for a called strike. 1-2 the count. Blasters down to their final strike here this evening. They trail 6-4. Soto at first base. Burling at the plate, 2 for 4 in the ball game, but he's down 1-2 in the count. And the pitch, swing and a miss, strike 3. The Lemurs get the win here tonight and come from behind fashion, plating 2 in the 9th, 2 more in the 12th, winning 6-4 over the Joplin Blasters here and splitting or making the series split 1 game apiece for tomorrow's Game 3. We'll be back as we recap this ball game. Again, the Lemurs win 6-4 over the Joplin Blasters.
Texas Outlaw Grill is a proud sponsor of your Laredo Lemurs, specializing in outlaw delicacies such as the Texican, the Gringo, and the Bandit Hot Dog and their ever-famous barbecue burger. Be the first to try their groundbreaking Cabrito Hamburger and Cabrito Hot Dog. For all to-go orders, catering, and fundraising information, go by 5209 Springfield Suite number 4 or call 956-771-1919. That's Texas Outlaw Grill.
Hey, ¿tienes algo que celebrar? ¿Que por fin compraste carro nuevo? ¿Que cambiaste tu cheque? ¿Que hoy empieza tu fin de semana? ¿O que hoy se acaba tu novela y mañana empieza otra? La respuesta es la misma, pues un carnesazo. No importa lo que estés celebrando, lo que importa es que lo celebres, pues con un carnezazo de H-E-B. El carnezazo de H-E-B es una pachanga de sabor. Solo tienes que invitar a los compadres, prender la parrillita, ponerle unas fajitas, costillitas, chuletitas, salchichitas y, ¿por qué no?, hasta un pollo mariposita. Y que no se te olvide la musiquita y hasta una buena bailadita para un gran carnezazo. En H-E-B encuentras gran variedad de cortes a precios bajos y de buena calidad. Carnezazo, carne asada con ganas, solo en H-E-B.
Lemurs win tonight 6-4 over the Joplin Blasters. They'll have a fun bus ride back to the hotel, I'm sure. At least I'll enjoy it. It's always good to have a win on your shoulder as you go on in and call it a night. Lemurs snap their 2-game losing streak with the extra inning win here tonight, improving their record to 14-12. We'll take a look at the final scoreboard around the league to see if they were helped at all by any of the other teams in the league. Actually, it wouldn't have been because the Wichita Wingnuts team they're tied with right now in the standings were rained out today. They'll play a doubleheader tomorrow. So Lemurs actually right now have a half-game lead there in the South Division because of the lack of game played by the Wingnuts tonight. Take a look at how this game went down here tonight in Joplin. Things, well, for the most part, didn't look good for the Lemurs. Not that it, as far as getting a win. Laredo went down early 1-0. Scott Garner got the start for the Lemurs against Josh Hodges for the Blasters. And in the first inning, Oscar Mesa would reach via a walk. He'd later score on a sac fly, and the Blasters were up 1-0. But Laredo would come back. Dennis Phipps would lead off with a walk in the second, and he would score on a sac fly. Now Phipps would kind of take his time, trotting in nice and easy to home plate, doing a little stomping action as he crossed home plate, you know, making it look all fancy schmancy. And I think Josh Hodges didn't really like it, starting pitcher. It's just my opinion, but we'll get on to more as to why that's my opinion later on. Second inning, the Blasters went and scored 3 runs, all coming with 2 outs, as the first 2 batters grounded out, but the next batter would walk. That was Alberto Castillo. Burling with 2 outs would single. Oscar Mesa would be hit by a pitch, and Mitch Glasser with bases loaded, 2 outs, would hit a high bouncer down the third baseline over the head of Valera into shallow left, and all 3 runners would score, and it was a 4-1 ball game. But the Lemurs, they chip away there in that top of the third. They would score a run of their own. J.D. Pulfer would single with 2 outs to get on. Then on a double by Cesar Valera, he'd go first to third. And with 2 outs, runners in the corners, Dennis Phipps at the plate. Ball would go wide and looked like it might have gone behind Phipps even. And Pulfer would score on the wild pitch. The very next pitch, though, would actually come in and actually, Phipps would swing and miss the first pitch. The next pitch would go wide, and then after the run scored, the next pitch would hit Phipps. Phipps took exception to that, and he started drawing with Hodges on the mound. He came out to the edge of the grass and was yelling at him. Hodges yelling back, and he got held back by Valerio and ended up just walked down to first base. And that was it there in the third. Lemurs would score a run, and it was 4-2. It remained 4-2 all the way until the 9th inning, but we did have another slight dust up there with Dennis Phipps. He would walk in the 5th inning with a runner on first and 2 outs. It'd be a 3-1 pitch, and it was on the outside corner. He thought it was ball 4. He dropped the bat, started to take a couple steps before a strike was called, and then he would stop. And as he was walking back to the batter's box, something incited him, and he ran out, started running out to the mound. Valerio grabbed him. Benches cleared. No punches were thrown. But everyone was out in the field with a standoff there, as I believe it was something said between Phipps and Hodges there between the two of them, as Phipps thought he had drawn ball 4. I don't want to put words in anyone's mouth, but from what I know of previous instances in baseball, Hodges probably said something about, yeah, it was a strike, get back in the box, or something vaguely around those lines, and Phipps ran after him. So, but that was it. No more interactions. Things were a little chippy there, but nothing else happened to continue that chippiness throughout the game. As we said, scoreless throughout the rest of the ball game. DeVore, Inman, Usui, Guerrero all threw scoreless innings out of the bullpen for the Lemurs. And, well, after the second inning, Scott Garner threw 3 straight shutout innings, so he managed to settle down and finish out his outing strong there with 3 shutout innings in the 3rd, 4th, and 5th. Things came down to the 9th inning. Lemurs still trailing 4-2, and the Blasters would go to their dominant closer, Winston Abreu, who hadn't allowed a run all season, and not very many hits either. And Abreu would give up a single to Ty Morrison on a 1-2 pitch. Morrison would hit a single. Then Devin Harris would come up, still did not have a hit with the Lemurs yet, and he would single on a 1-2 pitch as well. They would each, with Jesus Poso at the plate, he was trying to lay down a sac bunt. He would foul off a couple of them, so he'd be up there swinging away. He fouled off a couple of pitches. Then on a wild pitch, both runners would advance. So Poso failing to lay down the sac bunt didn't really hurt the Lemurs, as they had runners on second and third anyways, still with no outs and Poso at the plate. Poso would finally, after fouling off a number of pitches, just bloop one into shallow right field, and a run would score, as coming in from third was Morrison. Devin Harris would go up to third base on the single by Poso. The next batter was Alvaro Rondon, and with runners on the corners, Rondon would lay down a beauty of a bunt to the right side of the infield. It would actually be an infield single. It would be an infield single, and scoring would be Harris to tie the game. That'd be all the Lemurs get. Next 3 batters were retired. They strand 2 men on, but they would force extra innings. So we go on extra innings, and the Lemurs bats came alive there in the 12th inning. Finally, after a scoreless 10th and 11th, J.D. Pulfer would step up to the plate to lead off the 12th with a single through the left side of the infield. Cesar Valera would strike out looking on 3 pitches against Keith Picht. And Dennis Phipps on an 0-1 pitch from Picht. Phipps, who had hit 2 two-run home runs last night, hit his 3rd 2-run home run of the series with a bomb out to left field that just snuck over the wall into the bullpen of the Lemurs, and it was a 6-4 ball game. That'd be all the Lemurs got that inning in the 12th. They would get a couple of more walks in the inning and threaten to score some runs, but they wouldn't play anymore, and it was a 6-4 final as Harold Guerrero would come in and get a couple of strikeouts to end the inning in the 12th after giving up a leadoff single to Will Soto. So Guerrero coming in. He gets the save tonight. The win goes to Kamakani Usui. Keith Picht will take the loss. Take a look at your final lines from your pitchers tonight for the Lemurs. Scott Garner, 5 innings pitched, 4 runs, all earned on 5 hits, 2 walks and 1 strikeout. Kyle DeVore, 3 shutout innings, gave up just 2 hits, no walks, no strikeouts. Jeff Inman, 2 shutout innings, 1 strikeout, no hits either, as he was 6 up, 6 down in his 2 innings. Usui, a 3 up, 3 down inning of work with a strikeout, and Guerrero, 1 hit, 2 strikeouts, 4 batters faced, shutout work in the 12th inning for the Lemurs. For the Blasters tonight, Josh Hodges, 5 innings pitched, 5 hits, 2 runs, both earned, 3 walks, 2 strikeouts. Victor Capian, a 3 up, 3 down inning. He struck out 2 batters. Winston Abreu gets the blown save tonight, 4 hits, 2 runs, both earned, 2 strikeouts, no walks. Jose Ortega threw 2 shutout innings, faced just 7 batters, had 2 strikeouts, gave up a hit. Keith Picht, an inning pitched, 2 runs allowed, both earned on 2 hits, 2 walks, and a strikeout. Big hitters at the plate for the Lemurs tonight. You had J.D. Pulfer, 2 for 6, but he scored twice here this evening. Also, Cesar Valera, 2 for 6. Dennis Phipps, 1 for 3, 2 walks, 2 runs driven in, 2 runs scored. He had the big 2-run home run. Devin Harris, 2 for 4 tonight, a run scored and an RBI. He would walk as well, as he finally got his first hits of the season. Take a final look at the scoreboard here around the American Association. We'll get out of here. Again, 6:35 first pitch tomorrow here from Joe Becker Stadium. Try to get on with the pregame show, maybe 6:15 as we look around the scoreboard. Final in St. Paul. They had a doubleheader today. They're still going on with 1 game. It's 8-6, the final against the Sioux City Explorers. Sioux City winning over St. Paul at CHS Field in Minnesota. 8-6. Right now it's 5-1. The Saints trying to get revenge. They're in the top of the 6th of a 7-inning ball game. Saints leading Explorers 5-1. Final in Fargo. The Fargo Moorhead Redhawks falling 4-3 to the Lincoln Salt Dogs. Over in Sioux Falls, the Canaries losers by 3 tonight to the Gary South Shore Railcats. They went extra innings as well. 10 innings. Gary coming out on top though, 4-1. And in Winnipeg, the Gold Eyes fall to the American Association South team, the Texas Airhogs, by a score of 5-3. Again, your final here, 6-4. The Lemurs take down the Blasters here in Game 2 of this 3-game series. So tomorrow will be a rubber match, 6:35, first pitch between the Lemurs and the Blasters. Tune in then, and until then, have a great night and a great day tomorrow. I'll see you all later.